Excellencies, honorable members, may you all please rise as the President enters the chamber, accompanied by the special guests and the speakers of Parliament. We will remain standing until after the African Union anthem and the anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Now, the African Union anthem.
The song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, feeling, self-feeling, Africa, share this sole, share this year. That's okay, Africa, where we that's all that I just see together. So all the ones that frame my destiny. Let's get ourselves to fight together. For see peace and justice on there. Speak that's Africa. Essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África por da vida. So united all together, to give the best we have to Africa. Then break the moment and the front of culture. No, a break of time. Yeah, now what it takes to Sunshine, it summer. Africa, shine your heart to my eyes. It's my guitar, so see the see now so you ready see shop so so 20 seconds on see see look see shop so see shop so original fun. Intimidar famoso, você it's all about free.
Please take your seats.
Before we start, I would like the protocol services to seat our guests so that we can commence the proceedings of the day. His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Speakers and members of regional and national parliaments, the Honorable Refilwe Mtweni Tsipane, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Alvin Botes, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, Excellencies, ambassadors and permanent representatives of various African countries to the Republic of South Africa, distinguished stakeholders of the Continental Parliament, expert officials, partners, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Lindiwe Khumalo. I am the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. On behalf of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, I wish to warmly welcome honorable speakers to the Pan-African Parliament, the home of African legislators and the home of African citizens. We trust that your travels to Midrand have been smooth and that you have settled comfortably as we begin the business of this important gathering. Honorable speakers, the order of proceedings for the opening ceremony is as follows. First, we'll receive the opening remarks of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira. Next, the host speaker, the Speaker of the National Parliament of South Africa, represented by Honorable Refilwe Mutsweni Tsipane, the chairperson of the NCOP, will deliver remarks, and this will be followed by remarks by the representative of the host government, Honorable Alvin Boats, the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. After this, I will invite the President of the Pan-African Parliament to introduce the guest of honor to deliver his keynote address. And to conclude the opening ceremony, a member of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament will deliver a vote of thanks. This will bring us to the end of the ceremony, after which a family photo of honorable delegates will be taken in the courtyard outside this chamber. It is now my singular honor and pleasure to invite to the podium His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to deliver his opening address, and thereafter I'll return to the podium. Excellency.
Thank you, Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. May I begin by recognizing our special guests for today, Excellency Vlama Vonou Louis, the Speaker of the Parliament of Benin. May I recognize our Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament. In their order, Honorable Dr. Habib, Honorable Dr. Gayo, Honorable Dr. Lucia Passos. Our honorable speakers, but today, for the 2 days or 5 days, we'll be calling you excellencies, because amongst yourselves, the titles differ. Some are honorable, some are right honorable, some are excellencies. But so we will not discriminate. Every speaker is excellency. So I welcome you. The chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, who is here with us, Honorable Refilwe Mutsweni Tsipane. The Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Alvis Bots. South Africa refers to foreign affairs as, they don't call a minister, the minister's foreign affairs, they refer to that ministry as international relations and cooperation. We are expecting the CEO, Chief Executive of the African Peer Review Mechanism, Her Excellency Mary Rose. Honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, some of them are in the committees, a few are in the chamber to support our speakers. The Director for External Offices in the European Union's Directorate for Parliamentary Democracy Partnerships, who is also in the chamber from the European Parliament, Mr. Omar Domboya, and other representatives of the European Parliament present here, distinguished resource persons, the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, staff, esteemed invited guests, members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. We are here gathered as speakers of the continent of Africa. And indeed, I'm humbled to stand before such or in such company of esteemed personalities on this continent. And I want to emphasize that speakers of parliament are esteemed, top, distinguished leaders on this continent. Most of you know that. I'm just reminding you that this is a gathering of very, very senior people on the continent. You lead one of the three arms of the state. Arms of the state. And the birth of the three arms of state has quite a very long and deep history. Parliament, judiciary, and executive, that terminology was introduced because of things that had happened, because of the problems of governance which existed. And then some of our major thinkers, philosophers, writers, and the people themselves carried out revolutions. People were killed. Mainly this happened in Europe. And we ended up with the three arms of the state. And one of the arms is the legislature. For a purpose. That's why I take this meeting very seriously. We are not, speakers, parliaments are not institutions of convenience. It's not like just appointing tomorrow we say, no, look, we are now reshuffling ministers. So now we have this ministry abolished, we're adding, we're doing. No, parliament is never reshuffled. So we can wake up one day and say, no, parliament out. We are introducing something called, you are a permanent arm of governance, permanent. And I want to emphasize that point because we need to understand the seriousness of this gathering. In some countries, when the head of state is away, the speaker assumes the role of head of state. In some countries, when for some reason there is no government, parliament takes over until everything comes back to normality. So I'm just emphasizing who you are. Who you are. Sometimes I know you forget also who you are. You are very, very critical. But more so, the people, the citizens, the poor persons, the vulnerable, their last hope in their lives is in you. Because you represent them. It's the institution that represents the aspirations of the people. And because of our important role in society, it's very important. It's an imperative that from time to time you gather, you meet also. Our heads of state, the executive meets. They have a robust, clear structures of interaction. Do we, as parliaments, also another arm of the state? We're an arm of the state. As an arm of the state, are we also performing? Or we leave everything to the executive? Yet, there are very clear reasons. If we go back to the reasons why we have three arms of the state, you find that sometimes even to say who is who, of the three arms, who is number one? I know speakers may not want to indulge in such debates because you'll be asked, you speaker, you are trying to overtake us. But if we go to academic discourse, the origins of the three arms of the state, some write and say parliament is, of the three, the preeminent of the three. That's what academic discourse says. In practice, I know you are not. The executive is number one. Whether it's correct, I don't know. But there are three, and then the judiciary. But I want to start from the premise that we are gathered here for a purpose. And we should continue to gather more and more for the following reasons. Some of the arms of state, I know judiciary in most countries, they have what they call annual colloquium, even at continental level. In fact, a month or so, the judiciary heads, chief justice, were in South Africa. They met, I can't remember, even for a week, as the judiciary, sharing ideas. One of ourselves is the legislature heads, the presiding of parliaments. The executive, I want to repeat, they meet every year, all heads of state on this continent. In February, all of them meet in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, all of them, to discuss issues, continental, issues global. Do we also, as parliaments, meet? Yes, we are meeting. So I'm just saying it is an imperative that we should also meet. Otherwise, the executive will run with the state without parliament. Yet, the people put you in office as parliament and your MPs to deliver certain promises. So we need to meet as parliament and share ideas like the executive do. But the executive meets more than once. February, they are in Addis. July, another summit. Like this time, July, February, this year, they are going to Angola before the end of the year. And they'll meet again with the EU Africa-EU strategy meeting. Do we, as speakers, also meet even with EU? Our executive meet with the European Union and the other continents. So we should also consider ourselves as part of governance. And that's why we are here. We need to take our space. The citizens of the continent have put parliaments and MPs in office. There is no governance architecture, state architecture today in the world where you can do things, govern without a parliament. And just to share with you that this parliament called the Pan-African Parliament, as you are aware, was only launched in 2004 as an AU organ. And in the same year, the court, the judicial side, African court was also launched, about the same month. Yet, when the OAU was formed in 1963, it went for 41 years or 40 years without a parliament, without judiciary, without a court. Of course, they moved from OAU to AU 2000. And at that stage, the heads of states themselves, executive only, there was no parliament, there was no speakers. The executive said, and it is there is quoted in various documents, the head of state said, in OAU without a parliament is like an OAU of governments, but not of citizens. If there's no parliament, it's not an OAU of citizens. So this citizen space which we occupy, are we sure? Are we sure? If we are sure, then we say, what are we doing as parliaments? Our continent is the worst in terms of conflicts, peace and security problems. Peace and security problems in Africa. Our parliament is supposed to keep quiet, and that's why we are here to discuss. Should parliament play a role on peace and security issues on the continent, conflict on the continent? Should we remain just as bystanders? There is something now called parliamentary diplomacy. Are we deepening parliamentary diplomacy? Are we getting involved? Yes and no. But there is a lot of space that parliaments should occupy in the issues of conflicts in DRC, in Sudan, in Mali. Okay, Burkina Faso now, people are happy. In Niger, Guinea-Conakry, and the others. Parliaments have been dissolved. Each time there's a coup, the parliament is the first and the executive. The two are dissolved. Parliament is dissolved immediately. Should we keep quiet when we know we are also victims of conflict on the continent? Do we wait until we are dissolved by a military coup? Do we have the capacity as representatives of the people to early on to foresee that there's likely to be a problem in this country. And we as parliament take a lead in ensuring that we don't get to crisis. So the issue of peace and security will be one of the topics that we need to interrogate. The issue of governance. And the question remains, as parliaments or parliamentarians, are we living to the expectations of the people, and why? And that brings the question of how do we assess performance of a parliament? The CEO, we've invited the CEO of APRM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism. They've been going around the continent as an organ of the AU. They conduct what they call governance assessments. They go into a country, they will tell you as a country about governance issues. But they forget parliament as if it's not part of governance. They talk of executive and sometimes judiciary. They look at access to justice, whether courts are corrupt or not, and other issues. But parliament is left out of that peer review. And I think this is an issue that we should also interrogate, referring to conflicts on the continent. But you as heads of institutions that represent the voice of the people, we have issues of our youth. Youth unemployment, serious issue on the continent. And people look at you, when I say you, I also mean members of parliament, to come up with solutions that people are graduating from universities, they then go and bask in the sun. Nothing to do. Ultimately, parliament is also responsible for that situation. Because your parliamentarians are voices of the people. What are we doing as parliament to address these issues? Through our oversight function, through our representative functions, through our even the budget approval process in the parliament. Are we coming up with budgets that can address some of these problems of the youth? You are aware that Africa is the youthful continent of now and the future. It's a youthful continent where more than 66% now, in terms of demographics, are youth. No other continent is like that. So, what are we generating as parliaments with our MPs? What outputs are coming from parliament to assist with youth, gender issues, gender equality, discrimination, and others? I know a lot in that area is being done. Issues of trade. I think all parliaments now need to seize the moment. Parliaments need to seize the moment because the World Bank in 2000 report, the Millennium Report, they called it. The title is, Can Africa Seize the Moment? You can Google World Bank 2000 report or Millennium Report. They're saying Africa has the worst of everything. The worst of everything. Look at any in education, in health, infrastructure, some of you testify that for you to come from Benin to South Africa, if we ask some of the routes, sometimes we fly to Paris outside Africa in order to come back to Africa. Yes, the executive is the implementing wing, but are we also oversighting these things? Are we coming up with some proposals to the executive? We still have a problem of food security on the continent, yet we are told we are the best in terms of everything. Climate, soils, everything, we are the best. But some countries even today are importing grain from Ukraine, a country at war for some, I don't know how many years now. As they fight, they are still producing food. Us, even despite the peace and all the good natural factors and the endowments, we still are struggling to feed our people. That parliament should be questioned about that. What are parliaments doing? What are MPs doing? Why should we always be seen as the worst of all? And we are here to say, can we interrogate issues that will lead to a better life? Yes, we can sit and pass laws and laws and laws, but sometimes these laws are not the exact solution. Yes, we can talk of democracy. Democracy. And some think just by saying democracy, you have solved all the problems. And some think that once we have elections every 5 years, then we are democratic because we have elections every 5 years. It's a distortion. It's a misunderstanding of democracy. Democracy is only a means to good governance. And good governance means accountability. We hold elections, we elect people to become president, to become members of parliament or councillors, because we want them to be accountable to us. We elected you, so you should listen to us. But we have cases where, although people are elected, they are no longer connected to their own people that elected them. So there's no democracy. If the elected are not being accountable to their people. Democracy is about accountability. A leaders being accountable. And being accountable means you listen to what people want. And then you go and give feedback. So, are we performing our oversight rules or properly? Let's take advantage of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area Agreement, because for now, under the Africa Agenda 2063, the key area that will transform Africa is trade. And our countries have now ratified. We have a protocol on trade. And during this session, we will interrogate the issue of AfCFTA. As parliaments, are we playing our role? Because AfCFTA, we are told by experts that if we can succeed on this AfCFTA, our economies on the continent will expand by 32%. Now, that will open a lot of opportunities for our youth and everyone. We're going to expand our economies. So can we, as parliaments, facilitate the facilitation role for such good things to happen? The ministers responsible. Are we calling them and say, look, this is a good, where are we as Kenya? As Kenya Parliament, where are we? We should not be left behind on this. There are some laws, harmonization of laws, aligning of laws to make sure that the legal regime on the continent promotes trade. How far are we in our parliament? Are we alive to these issues? And how much have we moved? One of our roles of Pan-African Parliament in terms of the protocol is to promote the coordination and harmonization of policies, measures, programs, and activities of regional and communities and the parliamentary fora of Africa. And I want to repeat this one, that Pan-African Parliament, when we say let's meet, when we invite you, please come, so that we fulfill Article 11.7 of the PAP protocol, which compels the Pan-African Parliament to promote the coordination and the harmonization of policies, measures, programs, and activities of regional economic communities and the parliamentary fora of Africa. So when we are gathered here, the PAP is performing one of its critical roles in terms of the protocol. We should also be part of the change in the world. The issue of artificial intelligence is a reality. It's a reality. Let's not be left behind. So there will be, we'll share, and I know in most countries you have already moved very far. You are ahead in terms of artificial intelligence already. But when we gather as a continent, it's also good that we reflect on these issues collectively as parliaments of the continent and share perspectives on this issue called artificial intelligence, which is here, unavoidable. It will rule the future, but we should also understand the actual landscape of artificial intelligence. So we are going to make sure that there will be one or two presentations, and then we see among ourselves how we should approach these issues. And the whole world, which is changing, the world is changing. Some are becoming more dominant than others. Now we are living under US tariffs, for example. Tariffs imposed on this country, on Africa, by America. What are we as parliaments? Are we just quiet? And are we ensuring that we have inclusive growth? Inclusive growth is very important, very, very important. It is one of the major causes of conflicts on this continent, where in a country, some region, some people, some tribe, ethnic group, or class think that they are being left out. They are not having the share of the cake like others. They then form rebel movements to fight that you people are taking minerals, but we are not getting anything. This is a topic that, as parliamentarians, we need to engage seriously and clearly, because if we were to be fair to everybody, there would be no conflicts, because everybody understands what we are doing. But democracy has failed in most countries to deliver unity, to deliver balance in development, despite elected leaders, despite having elected a president for the country, having elected MPs, even within a constituency, there are disparities. And then people start to rise. So now we have a serious contradiction of democracy. I attended the inauguration of the current president of Burkina Faso, President Traoré. No, not him, I'm making a mistake. He attended. I attended the inauguration in Ghana, sorry, I did the other way around, in Ghana of the current president, Mahama, on the 7th of January this year. Mahama won resoundingly in Ghana as president of Ghana. The inauguration I attended, there were a lot of people were invited. And I sat where the heads of state were also seated. And as we were seated, each one would have announced, oh, so and so has arrived. Then people would say, oh, so celebrate and jubilate that they are coming in. But when the military leader of Burkina Faso walked in combat military uniform with 15 soldiers as bodyguards, and it was announced that he has arrived, he received the loudest thunder of applause in the whole stadium, more than the other presidents who have been democratically elected. So what's the meaning of that? People are celebrating someone who got power through unconstitutional, undemocratic means. You know what it means? It's democracy failure. So we elect. At the same time, we are not happy with the people that we have elected, the way they are performing. And the people that are elected, most of them are in parliament. It means the MPs are failing the people. It's not the speaker, the parliament, because people are saying, we elected you, but you are not performing. Now they are praising someone who was not elected. And even today there is a debate about Traore. Of course, he's doing what he's doing, and the people seem to be happy. We don't know. If they are really happy, we don't know, but it appears people are happy. So it then, us as parliaments, we should then question ourselves and say, why should the people celebrate leadership that we, in democratic means, is undemocratic? It's a vote of no confidence in the democracy that we are practicing on the continent. People are not happy. The MPs are not delivering. The parliaments are not delivering. So people are just desperate. Desperate for anyone who can make noise should be a leader. Because those that we've elected have not done well. And we are here to interrogate these issues as speakers also, to say, so what has gone wrong? What has gone wrong? I now want to conclude. I was just provoking you so that you see that we are here for serious business. Because as I speak, we have the worst conflict on the continent, and that is in Sudan. I'm happy Sudan is represented in this conference. And include from Parliament and from the embassy in Pretoria. We are told wherever we go, even in New York, I was at the United Nations General Assembly, and everyone says Sudan has experienced one of the worst conflicts ever on this continent. More than 10 million people have been displaced. So we as parliaments, what are we doing? In our own countries, are we making sure that through parliament and the aspirations of the people are listened to, so that we don't end up in those situations? What really went wrong? And we need to think twice and make sure we focus on these issues and move forward. Terrorism now on the soil of Africa. We never had terrorists on this continent until probably 10 years ago. We were told again in New York last week from the presentations, we were told that the Africa about 10 years ago accounted for only about 1% of terrorist activities in the world. Today, Africa accounts for 54%. We're now more than half of terrorist activities on this continent. We as parliaments, voices of the people, things deteriorating like that, what are we doing? So let's share ideas. So lastly, we'll discuss, interrogate on these issues until tomorrow lunchtime before we move to Cape Town here in South Africa. And the leadership are in this room. I want to repeat that it's first ever to have the G20 in Africa, in South Africa, on the African soil. Let's take it seriously. Let's support South Africa in hosting G20. We are supporting South Africa, we are supporting Africa. But the biggest dimension, which for us is the parliaments are being asked as part of the G20 meeting of November that can we prepare our input? Can we prepare our input as parliaments? The voice of the people. We represent the people. We have to prepare our voice, united voice. What are we saying about this global affairs? What are we saying as parliaments? Whether it's climate change, whether it's conflict, whether it is trade, we need to make our input into the global thinking as parliaments. And that's why we'll be convening again in South Africa to focus on the voice of the people who will have to come out, make recommendations, resolutions, communiques to say we as parliaments of the world, because when we go to Cape Town, now we are parliaments of the world. This is what we ask the world leaders to focus on and do things in a particular way. Otherwise, I welcome you all to this 1.5 day conference of speakers at the Pan-African Parliament. This is an event that is on our calendar as PAP. Every year we have this on the calendar. Please don't forget, have it on your calendar every year as parliaments that you will be going to Pan-African Parliament to mix, to mingle, to know each other, to share views. And our theme, as I conclude this year, is transforming parliaments for citizen-driven continental integration, sustainable development, prosperity, peace, and Africa's role on the global stage. I thank you.
We wish to thank His Excellency, Chief Charumbira, for his insightful opening remarks, which have highlighted the pivotal role of the legislature within the state architecture and its key role in oversighting and articulating citizen aspirations, both within Africa, but also on the global arena. Thank you, Excellency President. It is now my pleasure to invite Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipane, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver her remarks.
Thank you, Program Director, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency, Honorable Chief Charumbira, the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Corporations, Honorable Alvin Botes, Honorable Speakers of the National and Regional Parliaments, the members of the Pan-African Parliament, our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We wish to extend our warm fraternal greetings to the leaders of our beautiful continent on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, as we welcome this opportunity to make remarks to this important conference of speakers. We particularly appreciate this opportunity to dialogue with speakers invited from national and regional parliaments on contemporary matters of common interest, affecting both our parliaments and our people. In this respect, we take this opportunity to thank the President once again of PAP, His Excellency Charumbira, and the members of the Bureau for facilitating, coordinating, and hosting of this important conference. This conference is convening as our Parliament is hosting the P20 Speakers Summit in Cape Town. This P20 takes place as South Africa prepares to host the G20 Summit in the global effort to respond to current economic and developmental challenges. In this respect, we welcome the timeous convening of this Speakers' Conference under the compelling theme aimed at transforming parliaments for citizen-driven integration, sustainable development, prosperity, peace, and Africa's role on the global stage. Program Director, this theme is necessary as it re-invokes important debates and issues related to trade, climate change, agriculture, technology, peace, security, human solidarity, and prosperity for all. To this extent, we are challenged to take a position reflecting our collective priorities as we confront standing challenges of the past, the present, and the future. Through these deliberations, efforts to strengthen collaboration among speakers, the presiding officers, and parliamentarians, an opportunity is created to redefine and advance the role of the African parliaments as true instruments of representative and participatory democracy, thus enabling the development and deepening of a pan-African perspective amongst our nations and on global stage. In addition, we hope this conference plays its role to inform Africa's joint approach and agenda setting in the 11th P20 Speakers Summit and G20 respectively. Accordingly, honorable members, we welcome this platform as a necessity to also highlight the dual responsibility of parliaments to safeguard democracy and citizens' rights while driving Africa's Transformation Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals. Program Director, as we discuss these contemporary challenges, our people expect us to think deeper on better ways to exercise parliamentary influence through the upcoming international fora as critical spaces of diplomacy. We were listening quite attentively as you were laying the foundation and also guiding this speakers' forum dialogue. You touch on many issues that are very pertinent to our democracy, and therefore it is upon us to come with a robust resolution so that we address the common issues that are affecting us across the continent. It must also recreate a transformative agenda through maximum use of parliaments, more involved and rooted in the core issues that affect our people, especially our women, our youth, our elderly, people with disability, and other more vulnerable communities, groups within our communities. In this regard, we are facing a historical and contemporary dialogue deeply entrenched in suppositions of development and progress. As we set out to level the playing field, our present initiatives must confront structures and systems domination, leading our nations to an unsustainable development path. Accordingly, this conference, through its thematic areas, is providing an opportunity to elevate both old and new conversations towards new possibilities. As I conclude, Program Director, to this end, we are confident that the conference objectives to build consensus on the collective role of parliaments for continental transformation, developing defined strategies for supporting the African continental free trade areas, enhancing mechanisms for parliamentary diplomacy, and streaming frameworks for sustained engagement are realized. Honorable speakers and members present here with us, the future is a site that does not yet exist. However, one we can reshape through our Pan-African unity and collective consciousness towards a better Africa and a better world. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mtsweni Tsipanyane, for delivering this important message as host Parliament, for highlighting the annual Speakers Conference as a valuable and collegial platform for African legislators to find ways and means to utilize their collective diplomacy to communicate citizen interests in the broader arena. Thank you very much. I'd now wish to call upon and invite Honorable Alvin Botha, the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, the Republic of South Africa, to address us on behalf of the host government.
The President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency the Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, the Speaker of the Transitional National Assembly of Gabon, His Excellency Jean-François Dongo, representing the guests of honor, the President of the Republic of Gabon, His Excellency Brice Ugema, the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Habib, Honorable Dr. Gayo, and Honorable Lucia dos Passos, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipane, Honorable Speakers of National and Regional Parliaments, Honorable Members of the Pan-African Parliament, the Director for External Officers in the European Union's Directorate for Parliamentary Democracy Partnership, Mr. Omar Dubuja, and representatives of the EU Parliament present here today, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindiwe Khumalo, and Resource persons, members of the Fourth Estate, the media fraternity, members distinguished of the diplomatic corps, distinguished delegates, Karibuni, Bom dia, bonjour, Wam Kilikili. On behalf of the house government and the people of the Republic of South Africa, we welcome you to the 2025 Annual Conference of Speakers of African Parliaments. Distinguished delegates, Nelson Mandela would have reminded us that what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we led. The vision and purpose of the Pan-African Parliament can be traced directly to the Pan-African ideals of cooperation and unity amongst African states, leading ultimately to the establishment of the African Economic Community. These ideals inspired the signing of the treaty, which established the African Economic Community, the Abuja Treaty, on 3 June 1991, and the adoption of the Sirte Declaration of 1999. The Sirte Declaration called for the speedy establishment of institutions provided in the Abuja Treaty, and the PAP was envisaged as a platform from which the African peoples, and not merely states or leaders, could be presented in decision-making processes affecting the African continent. Indeed, the PAP protocol enjoins the new institution, amongst others, to facilitate effective implementation of the AU's policies and objectives. Accordingly, Article 3 of the PAP Protocol outlines its key objectives for which PAP is responsible. In terms of the Lagos Plan of Action, the final Lagos Act, and the protocol to the Abuja Treaty, PAP is regarded to be amongst the key pillars of progress towards the creation, Your Excellencies, of the African Economic Community. Honorable members, we meet just days after the conclusion of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA. From UNGA 80, one of the key messages which rang out with unmistakable clarity from the Global South is that the international system is broken and demands an urgent and immediate reform. We live in a period correctly characterized as a polycrisis. This have seen a drastic rise in racism, sexism, xenophobia, and related intolerances. We have witnessed, distinguished representatives, the rise in narrow nationalism, ethnicity, tribalism, right-wing populism, violent extremism, terrorism, religious fundamentalism, and the toxic spread of fake news. In this transitional epoch, from unilateralism to multilateralism, and from unipolarity to multipolarity, the Pan-African Parliament must be a key catalyst and anchor organ of the AU, which should insist on the non-negotiable importance of upholding international law, human rights, sovereignty, and solidarity. Excellencies, we are reminded that this is also the year which marks the 70th anniversary of the Bandung Conference convened in 1955. The Bandung Conference gave birth to the principles which, amongst others, shaped the African Union and our predecessor, the OAU, since its birth. Today, as the African continent faces wars, famines, conflicts, and borne witness to the genocide in Gaza. We have seen the difficulties in Gulf, in Sudan, South Sudan, and the DRC, coupled with the lingering question of the Western Sahara's decolonialization. The spirit and principles of the Bandung Conference is more relevant today than before. This Pan-African Parliament must be its custodian and ensure the flame of solidarity continues to burn. Honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, the AU's agenda of silencing the guns must not be an aspiration that are being deferred. PAP must play a critical role in oversight, accountability, and ensuring that the African continent no longer bleeds from preventable conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring to life the vision of the founding forebears of Pan-Africanism, we have witnessed with elation the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the ACFTA, which, ladies and gentlemen, seeks to create a single African market of 1.4 billion people, and which has the potential to boost intra-Africa trade by more than 50%, ultimately leading to Africa's own industrialization. But for the ACFTA to succeed, parliaments must play a catalytic role by harmonizing, Honorable President, laws, by reducing barriers and ensuring that commitments are being implemented. Integration, therefore, is not only the sole purview of the work of executives, but require the guardianship and guarantorship of parliaments within the African continent. Excellencies, as we meet, we convene at a time when Africa finds itself at the center of the scramble for critical and rare earth minerals, which is the backbone for the green transition, artificial intelligence, the digital economy, and modern defense systems. From cobalt in the DRC to lithium in Zimbabwe, manganese in South Africa, to uranium in Niger, the future of the world is buried in the African soil. Yet, Your Excellencies, this wealth is a double-edged sword. Without control, without beneficiation, without integration, it risks becoming another curse of extraction which seeks to feed foreign industries whilst leaving Africa impoverished. The PAP, together with the AU, must not be left behind and be caught off guard. It must act with urgency to play a leading role in the development of relevant legislation and policy imperatives which will regulate the critical minerals repository and ensure that Africa develops in an integrated and, in hindsight, of a full African controlled supply chain mechanism, which encapsulate distinguished delegates, the actual mining to processing to manufacturing. Honorable delegates, this is a moment of historic opportunity, an opportunity that speaks both to our past and to our future. In 2025, South Africa will host the first African Diaspora Week, a bold initiative that reinforces ties with our sixth region as recognized by the AU. The African Diaspora Week will therefore serve as a foundation for a new covenant between the African continent and our extended family, one rooted in solidarity, Pan-Africanism, and shared prosperity. The important issue, ladies and gentlemen, remains the multilateral engagement of the G20 Leaders Summit, which will be convened on the African soil right here in South Africa. For the very first time, the African Union will participate as a full member of the G20, an achievement, ladies and gentlemen, which has transformed the architecture of global governance. This summit must not be business as usual. The world are gathering in Africa, and it will require that Africa speaks with clarity, but more importantly, with courage. Under the theme, solidarity, sustainability, and equality, South Africa's G20 presidency provides us with the historic platform to insist that the G20 prioritize the needs of the global South. Amongst others, ladies and gentlemen, debt cancellation and restructuring, climate financing and justice, food and energy security, fair trade and digital inclusion, and the reform of global financial institutions. For this reason, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward with anticipation the contribution from the P20 in relation to the agenda items which the Leadership Summit will be seized with. I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, it is our duty as the elected representatives of the people of Africa to ensure that all these moments does not pass us by without us playing a multi-dimensional and transformative agenda which will ultimately unlock Africa's social agency in the world's affairs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa as a host recommits ourselves to support the Pan-African Parliament to ensure we become a voice multiplier in strengthening your voice and to ensure that the Pan-African Parliament will continue to remain the conscience of our continent. Reala Boga and Kosikakulu, Asante Sani, Shukran, Obrigado, Gracias, Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
We thank Honorable Alvin Botts, His Excellency, for his remarks. He has recalled the legislative intention and raison d'etre for the establishment of the Pan-African Parliament as a vehicle to realize the aspirations of the African people. He has made a call for the Pan-African Parliament to use its standing and good offices to give strength to the strategic policy issues and legislative priorities for the African continent, and has reassured this forum of the full support of the host government. Thank you, Excellency. At this stage, we'll take a short break before I invite His Excellency, the President, to invite the guest honor.
Re maleburu re a leboga. Re leboga sebaka sena. Sebaka le re fileng sona.
Well, we thank our African youth for that short refresher. At this stage, I would like to call upon His Excellency Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to introduce the guest of honor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My next assignment is to say we have been honored by a very long time practitioner in parliamentary affairs. More than 20 years of experience. And coming from a country that is also truly African because they experienced some of the most gruesome pain because of colonialism. It's a country which went through a painful period of slave trade. So when you say human rights, when you say democracy, these are people that know the real difference between human and the rights. I'm talking from experience on the ground. I was in Benin recently, and I was taken to Ocean Atlantic at a point which is a structure, and where it says this was a point of no return. People were taken from all over West Africa, brought there, and were told more than 250,000 persons were shipped from that point to wherever they went as slaves. They never came back. Thousands died on the way. And when we say now we are independent, there is democracy, there is human rights. When you talk of human rights, let's not talk human rights of others, or the way other people think. We should take rights, our own rights. And those injustices cannot just go like that. That's why this year we are talking of reparations. So he's coming, the guest of honor is coming from a country that has seen injustice. And then when you are lucky to be elected by people into parliament to save people who have seen the worst of imperialism, the worst of colonialism, it's appropriate that the Speaker of the Parliament of Benin is participating and also a guest of honor. to deliver a message to fellow speakers. His Excellency Vlavonou Louis, Speaker of the Parliament of Benin, I invite him to share and motivate us for this conference. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Parliament, as the President of Pan-African Parliament said, it's better to say excellencies to encompass everything and everyone. By way of introduction, the President of the Pan-African Parliament spoke about a West African country on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, speaking about slavery and speaking about the point of no return. But today, when we look back and we see this slavery that took place and that happened more than 400 years ago, I speak under correction with the Speaker of the Senegalese Parliament. Today we are tackling this issue. Yes, slavery, but we would like to know if our deported brothers, did they go into the terrain to chase our brothers? Did they come out of ships to go into fields or households to capture our valuable brothers? We need to study this phenomenon under the prism of a co-responsibility, because it is African brothers who sold their own brothers too. And before that, colonialism did the same. Our black brothers also sold their own brothers, our own brothers, to the Arabs. And it is after that that the black brothers sold other black brothers to Europeans. So it's a shared responsibility. And this is why today we need to reflect and recognize our responsibility in the slave trade in terms of our brothers who went to the Caribbean to develop the sugarcane industry and stayed there thereafter. These memories allow us today to realize that if yesterday Africa and Asia at the beginning of the 60s and China was at the same level of development, why is Africa now lagging behind and China has long taken over in terms of development? I think that we need to reflect, we need to ask ourselves questions. The patriotic conscience, where did it go? And this is why the Organization of African Unity that my friend, the President of the Pan-African Parliament mentioned, this is why the Organization of African Unity was created and functioned for a long time without a parliament, which means that there was a government without representatives of the people. And since the Pan-African Parliament was instituted, why up to today it's representatives of countries that are nominated? Why up to today we do not have a legislative body on behalf of Africa and its representatives? The representatives are there. Why is there still not elected members of parliament for voting? As long as we do not reach that level, we will continue to stagnate. This was an introduction. I would like you to allow me to thank the authorities of the Republic of South Africa, all protocols observed, for their usual appreciated hospitality and the particular attention that we have been given as the delegation of Benin since we arrived in Johannesburg. I should like to thank the president of our institution for the honor he has bestowed on my country through me by inviting me to this August assembly. Yes, he spoke about democracy. Democracy is only a means. It is not an end in itself. If democracy does not allow us to develop our country, it would be an empty word, meaningless word. Democracy as a way to develop our country should not only be about flourishing speeches that we give. If that is the case, each and everyone should know what it takes to develop his or her own country. The main thing is to ask ourselves the question, do the people have what they need? Are fundamental rights of the people adhered to? Does each African have one meal a day? Is he or she able to educate herself or himself? Can all these needs be met? if we're going to change a regime without being able to develop our countries, that would be worthless. So allow me to also thank all of you here today to reflect on this theme that is a current theme. Obviously, dear colleagues, on behalf of the National Assembly of Benin, and I would like to congratulate the Pan-African Parliament for organizing this conference, for the caliber of participants present here today on the theme, on the agreed theme, and that will allow us parliamentarians to engage in debates on the issue of regional integration, development, and the shining of our continent in the world. Indeed, the theme transforming parliaments for citizen-driven continental integration, sustainable development, prosperity, peace, and Africa's role on the global stage. This theme goes together with the 2063 agenda adopted by the African Union already 12 years ago. And also, we need to reflect and delve further into this theme and identify and discuss the responsibilities of our parliament, so whether it be local, national, or regional, to reach the objective. From where I stand, I should like to reiterate the attachment of my country for the dynamic theme on the continent. Indeed, as soon as Benin was recognized as a republic on the 4th of December 1958, and before reaching independence on the 1st of October 1960, collaborated with Côte d'Ivoire and the Republic of Niger to the creation of the on 29th of May 1959. That was the first attempt of a regional integration, or rather continental integration. In the Constitution of Benin, we hold to heart this dynamic. In the preamble, and also in a few articles, 7, 148, and 159, to quote only those three. And that is what explained that my country has the duty to adhere to decisions made by regional and sub-regional institutions, amongst others concerning the free movement of goods and people. When Benin takes note of the fact that in the corridor, you will find no obstacles at all, no checkpoints. If a police officer stops you, it is to ask you whether you need help or whether you have a problem, whether you have a problem. It's not an airy-fairy comment at all. And this is how we can show that we want the free movement of people and goods. In Cotonou, up to the Niger River, if a police officer stops you, it's because you have a problem. Non-tariff barriers have been dismantled. And we also have no gangsterism. All African countries can today arrive in Benin without a visa and also settle there as long as they adhere to the laws of the country, just as good citizens everywhere. In the spirit of the 2063 agenda of the African Union, Africans from the diaspora can obtain Benin nationality upon request without having to give up their own nationality. It goes without saying that the Parliament of Benin plays its role very well in all this progress with due diligence, given the constitutional prerogatives or agreements signed by the government, will become higher norms compared to internal laws. And what can I say about how my country is attached to democracy, the rule of law, and the respect of rights of the citizens? Since the historic conference of February 1990, that inaugurated the era of democratic renewal on the continent, the Republic of Benin has integrated all the principles within its constitution, having understood that there are gauges of peace, stability, and prosperity for the country. And besides the wealth of the soil, we are happy to say that this country on the West African coast is shining while progressing in terms of its development. As justly so, one of our former kings said, slowly, surely, progress is being made. Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, by way of conclusion, I would like us to take advantage of this August Assembly after amending resolutions, recommendations that will allow Africa to catch up on development. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Long live the African Union, and long live the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much.
We extend our sincere appreciation to His Excellency Jean-Francois Dongou for delivering the keynote address, which in many ways has called upon us to reflect on the historical background and trajectory of the African continent, its fight for freedom from colonialism and subjugation in all its ramifications, has decried the delay in the realization of the full legislative powers of the Pan-African Parliament, and called upon this forum collective to apply its mind to the important theme of this conference that focuses the conversations on continental priorities set out in Agenda 2063. Thank you, Excellency. I now wish to invite, on behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Fatoumata Habib, to come to the podium and deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of the Bureau of the Parliament and its members.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام علي والسعادة ورؤساء الوفود المحترمون زملاء النواب الموقرون.
On behalf of His Excellency Chief Chirimbura, on behalf of the members of the Bureau, I would like to wish you all, as our distinguished honorable guests, a warm welcome to the Pan-African Parliament. It is an absolute joy for us to welcome you here in the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand for this very important conference of speakers of national and regional parliaments. It brings together important leaders and decision makers on the African continent. And your presence here today is testimony to the cooperation that exists between African countries, a cooperation that will assist us to better integrate the continent for Africa's development and to achieve prosperity and peace and enhancing Africa's dynamic role on the global stage. So thank you very much for joining us here in Midrand. Thank you for coming to this beautiful country, South Africa. And thank you to our honorable guest speaker. I wish you fruitful debates and an excellent conference for the good of our people. And in all the languages of the continent, in all its dialects, I would like to say welcome, thank you, and have a very good conference.
Excellencies and esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the opening ceremony. And all delegates are now invited to a group photo, which will take place on the courtyard on the right outside this chamber. So we'll all leave the chamber now for the family photo. We will also take the opportunity to take a cup of tea, which will be served in the foyer of this chamber, and then return by 20 past sharp. We have a guest online that wishes to be accommodated at that time, so we must be back at that time. Thank you very much for your understanding. Thank you so much.
Excellency speakers, please, can we be settled? The next presentation is on already. The next presenter is ready to present virtually. Mr. Ndidi, can you go in the lobby there and request everybody to come back? We don't want anyone to lose anything. Hello, let's get settled, please, please. Let's get settled, please, please. Sudan. Please, please, we are waiting for you. Yeah, I believe we can now proceed. Come and make the formal introduction of the next.
Welcome back, Excellencies. We are now returning for the commencement of the substantive business of the program. We have 4 items on the program for this afternoon, time allowing. The first one will be on harnessing the African Free Trade Area, Continental Free Trade Area for trade, industrialization, and inclusive growth. This presentation will be made by His Excellency Wamgele Mene, who is the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat based in Ghana, and he will be connecting with this platform virtually. I do ask our IT management team to ensure that His Excellency Mr. Mene is connected to the platform, and confirm to me when you've done so.
And may I plead with our excellencies that during these presentations, please let's minimize chats. Talking to your neighbor, sometimes the voices get across into the mics. Can we have the same decorum as we insist in our own parliaments? I know when speakers are chairing, they don't tolerate anyone talking to anyone.
Head of IT, Mr. Odada, please confirm whether His Excellency Mene is online. And please project him for the audience.
Please, by the end.
Excellencies, Mr. Mene is not yet online.
Okay, is there indication that he will be online in a few minutes?
We are still coordinating with his team.
I wouldn't want to break protocol by proceeding to the next speaker before we have confirmation.
He's coming back online. He's coming back.
Okay.
He's online now.
Okay.
We're going to project him as soon as he's set.
Okay, so whilst we are doing that, I would just like to make two announcements for the excellencies present. The first is that we will be circulating a register to honorable excellency speakers to confirm whether they will be traveling to Cape Town. The host parliament has asked for confirmation as to the number of speakers that will be traveling to Cape Town, and therefore we'll circulate a register just confirming that with you for logistical purposes. The second announcement I would like to make is that we are circulating now speaker lists for all the presentations that are on the program. And would like, therefore, for those speaker lists to be completed and brought forward for the head of plenary to coordinate the speaker list for the president. IT, are we ready now? Okay. Excellencies, it is now my honor and privilege to invite virtually His Excellency Wamgele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, to deliver his address on the subject of harnessing AFCFTA for trade, industrialization, and inclusive growth in Africa. Excellency Mene, you do have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. I am most grateful for this opportunity to participate in this session today. I want to start by thanking the President of the Pan-African Court for his continued interest and his continued desire for us, the AFCFTA and other organs of the African Union, to continue very, very strong collaboration indeed. I think that it is clear that under the President's leadership, the collaboration between us, the AFCFTA Secretariat, and the Parliament has indeed been very strong. This is the third time that I am participating in important events of the Parliament. You gather today as we face, as a continent, and indeed as the world, as we face very, very strong economic headwinds. The unprecedented deepening geopolitical, trade, and economic uncertainty certainly will have a materially adverse impact on Africa as a whole. The global trade landscape is shifting rapidly, underscoring the urgency of consolidation and implementation of the AFCFTA to present an alternative market for African economic operators. The Ministers of Trade, and certainly as the AFCFTA Secretariat, we underscore the urgency of consolidating the implementation of the AFCFTA and positioning the AFCFTA as a vehicle for resilience, self-reliance, and economic self-sufficiency in these very, very challenging times. What we see today, the weaponization of trade policy, the weaponization of investment policy, the rise in nationalism, the rise in industrial nationalism, unprecedented attacks on the multilateral trading system and the weakening of the multilateral trading system, and that attacks in general on multilateralism present very, very profound and unprecedented challenges for the global community and for Africa in particular. Our response, therefore, must be to accelerate the establishment of a domestic market in Africa, establishment of alternative regional value chains to enhance our economic self-sufficiency and self-independence, and to fast-track our industrial development path. The AFCFTA is now transitioning from negotiations to implementation. As this implementation takes shape, it does so against the backdrop of these adverse global geopolitical and geoeconomic conditions. However, challenging as the context is, I am pleased to report to you that we continue to make tangible progress under the leadership of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union, and of course, the Ministers of Trade. The most visible breakthrough that we have is that commercially meaningful trade has actually commenced. 24 countries, 24 members of the African Union are actively trading under the rules of the AFCFTA. This is an increase of 13 countries in 2022. We have issued close to 9,000 certificates of origin as we speak, which is evidence, of course, of the trade that is taking place. What is even more gratifying is the active participation of the private sector in the implementation of the AFCFTA. Africa's private sector has embraced the AFCFTA, from large corporations to small medium enterprises. 2 weeks ago, we witnessed at a private sector event in Cairo, Egypt, a gathering of small medium enterprises, exhibitors who were prepared to tackle all of the challenges of our continent in order to reach new markets outside of North Africa, to Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, and other parts of the continent. Furthermore, according to Afreximbank's African Trade Report 2025, intra-Africa trade increased to $220 billion in 2024, a 12.5% increase over the previous year, 2023. This is a very important and encouraging development. Nigeria, Africa's largest economy, in the year 2024, pivoted to have the largest export market no longer being a region outside of our continent, but is now the African continent. These factors, the fact that Africa's largest economy has now Africa as the largest export market, the increase of $220 billion intra-Africa trade, the fact that we now have 24 state parties or members of the African Union that have gazetted the AFCFTA rules is indeed very encouraging. But beyond these numbers, what is truly an achievement, at least for now, is the composition of the trade. These numbers, although they indicate progress, when we dig deeper, what we identify is that industrial output, machinery, vehicles, food products, chemicals, electronics are all goods that are being traded under the rules of the AFCFTA. This signifies a gradual shift from us being dependent on exports of primary commodities to exporting value-added production, whether this is agricultural products or indeed in the area of machinery. This signals a gradual but critical transition towards diversification and elimination of our decades-old reliance on the export of primary commodities. Of course, challenges remain. We will have to continue to confront these challenges head-on. They include the continued cost, the high cost of transport and logistics, which hinders greater access of the market for millions and millions of small, medium enterprises. They include the high cost of trade finance, which also prohibits greater and greater numbers of small, medium enterprises, young entrepreneurs, businesses that are led by women from accessing this market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars. We will continue to confront the challenge of the cost of Africa's infrastructure. The African Development Bank estimates that annually, the cost of infrastructure in Africa is well over 150 billion United States dollars. This too presents significant barriers, particularly to small, medium enterprises. Closer to our mandate, a significant challenge is the continued lack of harmonization of of implementation of the already harmonized and agreed to rules that seek to ensure the efficient and affordable transit of goods. In this regard, we have to redouble our efforts to ensure that our customs procedures and our customs authorities are well capacitated to implement the harmonized rules from a transit point of view of the AfCFTA. Notwithstanding all of these challenges, with the support of our trading partners and with the support of our development finance institutions, we continue to make modest progress. The AfCFTA is designed to support industrial development in Africa by creating integrated value chains in areas such as agriculture, the automotive sector, agro-processing, transport and logistics, and the production of pharmaceuticals. In the area of agro-processing, for example, new initiatives have been introduced whereby we link smallholder farmers with traders and fisheries producers, as well as multiple country markets for them to expand, these smallholder farmers to expand to new markets across the continent. In the area of textiles and clothing, we have introduced the Continental Action Plan that has been developed, that has been adopted by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government to ensure that cotton production does indeed take place in Africa, and all of the value addition processing that are required to make garments and clothing, that all of this happens in the African continent. I'm most grateful to Afreximbank and other partners for making available a facility of $5 billion referred to as the Africa Textiles Renaissance Plan, which is intended to support industrial development, not only vehicle production, but also the production of components. Working with Afreximbank and industry associations, we launched the AfCFTA Automotive Strategy, which is supported by a facility of $1 billion for manufacturing of components. I'm pleased to once again report to you that the Assembly of Heads of States and Government has adopted this automotive strategy plan to ensure that all countries benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area market's automotive sector. Rules of origin are, of course, required to be the anchor for the rolling out of this automotive sector billion-dollar facility. Industrial development must be inclusive. No country must be left behind. Not the smaller countries, not bigger countries, not the export-ready countries, not the export-unready countries. All of us must benefit and all of us must move together. That is why the implementation of the Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade is so absolutely critical, as well as the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund, in terms of which we have committed to mobilize up to $10 billion to support all countries and private sector to implement the AfCFTA in an inclusive manner. Recently, when we convened in Cairo, ministers of trade agreed in principle on rules of origin for the automotive sector and textiles and clothing, which are intended not only to foster industrial development and value addition in Africa, but also to ensure inclusiveness of benefits, particularly in the automotive sector. The ratification of the AfCFTA and its implementation shall require collaboration with national parliaments. Your Excellencies, honorable speakers, you have an indispensable role to play. The success of implementation of the AfCFTA depends not only on the executive branch of government, on ministers of trade, but it largely depends on the legislative branch of government, of which you, of course, are the leaders. I therefore urge our national parliament to move with speed to ratify and domesticate or gazette all of the AfCFTA protocols where countries have not yet ratified and gazetted these instruments. To continue to work with us and the Pan-African Parliament to exercise oversight to ensure governments to deliver on tariff reductions, on customs reforms, and trade facilitation commitments. Where you are able to use your budgetary powers to prioritize resources for customs systems modernization, SME support, particularly SMEs, small medium enterprises that are led by young people and women. And finally, to use your authority as legislative bodies of our continent to advance initiatives that are supported by the AfCFTA protocol on women and youth in trade, so that all of us are able to reach inclusiveness as we roll out the AfCFTA. Your Excellencies, honorable speakers, this is an opportune moment for us to consolidate the implementation of the AfCFTA. The Pan-African Parliament, regional and national legislators have a unique role to play in ensuring that continental priorities are based on action plans at national level. The AfCFTA Secretariat, of which I have the honor and privilege to lead, is fully committed to working with you at national level, at regional level, and of course, as we have done over the last few years, work with the Pan-African Parliament to ensure implementation of this landmark agreement. Ultimately, the AfCFTA is our collective instrument for trade to continue to contribute to Africa's industrialization and for trade to continue to contribute to Africa's overall economic progress and economic development. The AfCFTA, since the end of colonialism on our continent, offers us a very unique and once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reverse the legacy of colonialism, of fragmentation, and to ensure that we emerge as a continent in this current adverse climate. We emerge united, integrated, with a common market where no country is left behind. Once again, I want to thank all of you for this invitation. I thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Clerk of Pan-African Parliament. I look forward to the dialogue. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Dr. Mukremene, my brother, I stand here to thank you in a very special way. You have been you've shown good leadership. People cry that leaders are not accessible. That is the 90% cry. We know you were not available for this because of United Nations. in other business. He was not available. But we kept on insisting that please find time until you are to overstretch yourself and present to our honorable, our speakers of parliament, our excellencies. And we want to thank you for a second time that, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. You know, you should know that you are key. You are very key on this continent because you are in charge of the main flagship of this continent to achieve Agenda 2063, to ensure that we create employment, our economies expand through trade. And that's what we are all holding to, the last string for Africa to move forward. Our resources were taken out, exploited, multinationals extracted a lot of things. Now it is through this trade that we have hope to reverse some of the disadvantages we've suffered and that we lag behind on the continent in terms of development. So please be the person that you have shown today that despite your very impossible program, you are valuable. Please be patient. We'll allow speakers, excellencies, if they have any area that they want to clarify or follow up. But I have one request already from Excellency Fabrice Nkurunziza of Burundi. Whilst you are on the screen, please take the floor. Burundi. Burundi.
Yeah.
Oh yes, proceed.
Très honorable.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of South Africa, Honorable Presidents of national and regional parliaments, Honorable Presidents of regional parliaments, Honorable members of parliament, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we say a few remarks, I would like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament for the floor. The people of Burundi salute you. Evariste Ndayishimiye, the President of Burundi, sends his regards and salutations. We represent the Parliament of Burundi, honorable members. We would like to echo the speakers or the presenters that have spoken before us in thanking the Republic of South Africa and the Pan-African Parliament for the initiative of this conference. African parliaments have thus an ideal opportunity to exchange ideas on the integration of our continent. We should like to express that the Parliament of Burundi would like to reach objectives of the AFCFTA. Everyone knows that Burundi is in the middle of the Great Lakes region, and it is the Carrefour of East Africa. Therefore, adhering to the principles of AFCFTA for the benefit of regional communities. Our country has taken the decision to expand and increase regional trade. This objective is realized by the launch of the construction of the rail line between Burundi and Tanzania. this railway network goes up to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Parliament of the Republic of Burundi takes this opportunity to reiterate its encouragement and support of initiatives concerning the objective of the AFC FTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, merci beaucoup. We also have a request from Honorable Amron Mohammed of Algeria.
Thank you. Say Chief. Honorable Chief, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charambira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Presidents of the African Parliaments, Honorable Members of the Pan-African Parliament, allow me on the onset to send to you the greetings of Honorable Azzouz Nasri, the Speaker of the Algerian Popular Council, due to his engagements. In fact, from 4 September to 10th of September last year, Algeria organized the African trade fair. There was more than 70 countries participating, and among them there was more than 40 countries of the African countries. The expo was a small picture of the continental integration. We've seen the big potential of Africa and of the African youth in fields of development, innovation, and creation. We were sure that there are many chances that we let slip in Africa by not making or implementing the FTCA. The Algerian Parliament participation was strong in this African fair under the leadership of the Speaker of the National Council. We were members who were there, and we participated with our African brothers to giving our vision for the development of the African continent. It's true that the objective of the event was a record of signing a partnership agreements that reached more than $43 billion. However, the most important achievement of this African Expo was the belief among Africans and the youth of the African continent and among the African business, the fact that we cannot lose the chance in 2020 in the century, 21st century, because this must be the centuries for Africa to be effective. The event was successful because through it we discovered that it is the time for us to realize the integration of all Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we announced that there are some excellencies who have prepared speeches to deliver to this conference. We will allow time for that tomorrow. Be assured that those delegations who have speeches to deliver, we are not saying we need speeches, but if you have a speech which you think you want to deliver to this conference, we'll allow time for that tomorrow before 1 o'clock. So for now, let's focus on the presentation by the General Secretary, Excellency Wamukere. I give the floor to Excellency Jabulani Mabuza, Eswatini.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you very much, Your Excellency Wamukele Mena, SG, Mine is just one question. From your presentation, I heard you saying there is a commercial, meaningful trade that has commenced in about 24 countries, if I heard you very well. And then my question is, maybe in your own understanding, what exactly is delaying the other countries from participating in this AFCFTA trade platform? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, we are using these forms to register interest to speak on this one. But if there's someone who says, no, I didn't hand over mine, I would like to take the floor, no problem. Did you complete? If you want to speak, complete this form. Anyway, I now give the floor to Honorable Lefoko. The Speaker, Excellency Foko, actually, the Speaker of Botswana, Botswana Parliament.
Thank you, Excellency President. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, fellow speakers. Yes, the globalization presents a challenge and a consequent need to approach issues as a formidable African continental bloc, the notion of regionalism. And Africa regional economic integration should be our quest as speakers, as parliaments, with a clear objective of taking advantage of the 30.37 million square kilometers of land inhabited by approximately 1.4 billion people, which is 18% of the world population. And with a combined GDP that you have well articulated, plus 3 trillion. And it's very important that we take advantage of this market and support and promote not only continental trade, but also even intra-regional trade and investment. That is what we ought to be talking about. Just as a way of question, multilateralism faces significant challenges, including the rise of nationalism, erosion of legitimacy in international organizations, and a flagrant continuous attack on these institutions, especially by some of the big powers, and the increasing influence of emerging powers and fragmentation of the global political landscape. And obviously these challenges, they hinder cooperation and lead to deadlock on critical issues like climate change and pandemics. And I just wanted to find out how this multilateralism, in your view, will affect or inhibit or aid intra-Africa trade. What are the implications on intra-Africa trade, on the challenges that we are faced with on multilateralism? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellent Speaker. May I now give the floor to President of the Senate of Kenya, His Excellency A.J. Kingi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, to the Secretary General, thank you for that update on the progress so far. Now, I do note that the African Continental Free Trade Area is more keen on the free movement of goods and maybe by extension, services. However, there can never be trade without movement of goods and people. To what extent has your Secretariat put certain interventions and programs to ensure that there is free movement of people within the continent? I'm saying that because there's a time I was watching a panel, and one of the panelists was one of the renowned entrepreneurs in this continent, Dangote. and he was complaining that it's easier for an investor from EU to fly into the continent because most African countries have relaxed visa requirements to EU citizens than it is for him as an African entrepreneur to move within the region. He needs 50 plus visas to move from one African country to the other, therefore basically frustrating his bid to invest within the continent. What has the Secretariat, the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, done to make sure that such entrepreneurs are not frustrated when they want to invest by providing them with a platform where they can freely move within the continent so that they can invest across the continent? Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I believe this closes the list. No other interest to speak. We now invite you, Excellency Wamukele Mene, to respond.
Thank you very much, President, for yielding the floor back to me. I want to thank the honorable speakers and excellencies for their comments and questions, which are very relevant. I want to start by congratulating Burundi for the infrastructure projects that will be transformational, not only for Burundi, but for the East African community as a whole. I happened to be there when the project was launched through AFDB, and certainly these are the kinds of mega infrastructure projects that will enable us to double intra-African trade. I want to appreciate the comments by the honorable member from Algeria. We had a very successful intra-Africa trade fair from the 4th until the 10th of September in Algiers. The government of Algeria was very critical in us being successful in convening that event. What is very encouraging is that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair as a marketplace for the AFCFTA now attracts exactly the kind of demographics that we want to see. Small, medium enterprises, young people, entrepreneurs. These were by far the majority of exhibitors and participants, and that is exactly the kind of inclusiveness that we want to see in country and across countries. We were able to mobilize transactions and deals of $48 billion over the week that we were in Algeria, which is an increase from the $44 billion that we were able to mobilize and facilitate in Cairo. So clearly what we see is a constant improvement of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair from Cairo to Algeria. Algiers, we saw an increase in the transactions, and it is not about competition, it is about the continent of Africa striving for perfection as we host the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. So we appreciate the leadership of Algeria. There are various reasons as to why some countries have not yet started trading under the AFCFTA. We have 49 state parties, and of those 49, only 24 have gazetted the rules that enable trade on the basis of the AFCFTA. And this is, although it is a remarkable progress report, it is, however, true that given the challenges that we have, we should have all 49 state parties should have gazetted. That's the first step to be able to trade. The Ministry of Finance must gazette the rules to enable economic operators to export or import under the AfCFTA. And so we have to redouble our efforts to work with those countries to address whatever concerns they may have. What we know is that many of them are technical in nature because they have already ratified the agreement, but they have not gazetted the actual trading. So we've got to work with them on those technical concerns that they have, which we are doing where we are invited. Second, which is a much bigger challenge, the cost of trade finance, the cost of infrastructure, transport and logistics. These continue to prohibit the kind of volumes of trade that we want to see. And so we have to work with our development finance institutions, with Afreximbank, AFDB, to mobilize the trade finance support that is required, the trade finance interventions that are required, as well as further investments in infrastructure. That is, in my opinion, the long-term impetus to intra-Africa trade is going to be investing in infrastructure and transport and logistics. The fragmentation that we see across the world, the attacks on the multilateral trading system, and closer to our reality in Africa. Over 30 countries are beneficiaries of AGOA. These tariffs, the weaponization of tariffs, have nullified AGOA. There's an immediate impact of many countries in Africa being shut out of the market in the US as a result of the tariffs. Lesotho, Angola, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Madagascar. These are some of the countries where we've done assessments that indicate that the current situation, particularly the tariff increases that are unlawful under international trade law, will have the impact of job losses across our continent. The difficulty, of course, is that these measures are unilateral. They are not negotiated, they are not discussed, and they are in violation of international law, international trade law to be specific. But there's no legal recourse. We simply don't have legal recourse because the multilateral trading system, the dispute settlement function of it, has been rendered ineffective. And so we are truly in the law of the jungle because there's no recourse, there's no legal recourse. But as I say, the impact is very dire in the short term. People will lose jobs. If I may make an example, there's a country in Southern Africa that exports over $270 million worth of garments to the US market. Our sister country will be shut out of that market as a result of these tariffs. So we've got to make very, very serious and concerted efforts to develop a medium and long-term response. Build our own market in Africa. Build our own domestic market, build our own value chains, and build our own continental capability at domestication. We may survive this over the next 3 to 4 years, but there may be yet another attack on the multilateral trading system, which will have a further impact, a negative impact. So we've got to be very deliberate in developing a resilience, an economic resilience strategy, in terms of which we will have our own capability at establishing supply chains and establishing domestic market. In my most humble opinion, this is the only way in which, in the medium to long term, our continent can be self-sufficient. I will give an example, one or two examples. The continent of Africa in 2019 imported almost $20 billion worth of pharmaceuticals from across the world. And these pharmaceutical products can actually be produced in Africa, but we are importing them. $20 billion worth of competitiveness for gone, $20 billion worth of jobs for gone, when we can actually be building the supply chains here and present a continental market for local production. In 2019, we had probably the highest number, before COVID, the highest number of imports in pharmaceuticals. So we have the capability as our continent to produce, as long as we create the rules, we design rather the rules in such a way that we position our continent as a single market. And so I think this is a very, very negative impact in the short term. In the long term, it enables us to dig deep and to certainly create that domestic market of 1.4 billion people. We can no longer rely on external markets exclusively for our own development and our own growth. We are undertaking studies at the moment that will enable us to identify what products are African countries importing from outside of Africa that are available in Africa. So import substitution strategies that are sensible and that will enable us to leverage on one another as a continent. Agricultural products. Our continent is a net food importer. Over $50 billion worth annually of maize, of rice, of soya, all of these agricultural products that we import. And yet, if you go to Zimbabwe, if you go to Ethiopia, you will find maize. You will find that Ethiopia has a surplus, year-on-year surplus in maize. And yet, we import maize. So we've got to tailor our trade rules, which we're in the process of doing, tailor our trade rules in such a way that the maize that is excess maize is able to be exported throughout the continent. The highest trade tariffs, the highest tariffs amongst one another as Africans are on agricultural products, over 40%. So we've got to eliminate the tariffs that prohibit trade in agricultural products and design rules and provide the support for export to develop a domestic market. These are just but two examples that I've mentioned of how we can overcome the current context that we are in. Finally, on the free movement of persons, this is a matter that I think all of us should be very concerned about. The Protocol on Movement of Persons, which is a side agreement to the AfCFTA, has been ratified by only 4 countries in Africa: Niger, Rwanda, I can't remember the other 2. Only 4 countries have ratified, Ghana have ratified the Protocol on Movement of Persons. When we look at economic history, it is very, very clear and compelling. As Honorable President of the Senate of Kenya was suggesting, that where you have free movement of persons, particularly business persons, there's a positive correlation with economic growth upwards. We know this from the history of the European Union, and we know it from the history of the East African community relative to other regional economic communities in Africa. So we have to be, we've got to address those concerns. There are countries that say they have national security concerns about movement of persons. We've got to address those concerns so that more and more countries can ratify the instrument. The good news is this: we do see countries taking unilateral measures outside of the framework of the African Union, which is what the Protocol on Movement of Persons is, outside of that framework themselves, removing the restrictions on intra-Africa travel. We now have visa on arrival in Kenya, visa on arrival in Rwanda, visa on arrival in Ghana, visa on arrival in Nigeria, for all African passport holders. We need more of this in this direction. As regards the AfCFTA, the Protocol on Movement of Persons is not within the legal framework, the legal architecture of the AfCFTA. It was signed as a side agreement in Rwanda in March 2018. However, I think as Honorable Senate President clearly was suggesting, there is a linkage. And that is why we have developed in the protocol on trading services of the AfCFTA, we have built into it provisions that relate to movement of persons. So that whilst we wait for the progress to be made on the protocol on movement of persons continentally, we make progress as a starting point in the movement of business persons. But it is a matter of grave concern to us that we are not making as much progress as we should. And you are absolutely correct that this is a self-imposed restriction or a self-imposed constraint on our ability as a continent to further unleash intra-Africa trade. I hope that over the next few years, through the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, that this matter will receive the attention that it deserves. And as I mentioned, the leading countries that have already removed the restrictions must be commended. Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Benin, Kenya are some of the countries that have already taken the steps to remove visa restrictions. I want to thank you very much, President, for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, our brother, Excellency in charge of trade and the growth of economies on the continent. I think you can take leave. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Excellencies, on behalf of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, we are all invited for lunch at Gallagher Estate. It's 2-3 minutes away from here. The buses are already outside, ready to transport Excellencies to the lunch venue. We are to return, I think we'll try and make it 1 hour to return to the chamber by 2:30, if possible, to the best of our ability. Thank you. May the ushers also actively lead their excellencies to the bus area.
Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the CERT Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques et politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires de résistance à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vivent pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
To celebrate together. Just come for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together. To liberty and unity.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Daoud-Abala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Victoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique.
Ronnie.
Le gouvernement africain par l'enjeu des soins techniques et politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des instances à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vivent notre objectif pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Sasha, please take it down again a bit.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict prevention and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions, stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs, called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance, urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security, highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law, encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them, called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council, aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour inclure les gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la politique position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour imposer les gouvernements africains à enjeux et son technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions, stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs, called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance, urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security, highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law, encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them, called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council, aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sources à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour doter des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées, qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées, qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour doter des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions, stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs, called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance, urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security, highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law, encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them, called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
Years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des techniques. mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
I would like to invite Excellency members that are outside the chamber to enter and settle so that the business of the afternoon can commence. And if ushers and protocol can assist guests at the back to take their seats, please. Whilst we wait for the remaining excellencies to assume their seats, I would like to make one announcement, which is that the speaker lists for the next presentation will be circulated and collected for ease of presentation. And the speaker lists for those delegations that wish to make country statements or statements on behalf of their countries, subject to the direction of the president, These will be collected and time will be allocated for this in the program. Thank you very much. Excellencies, without further ado, I would like to introduce the next presenter in terms of the program. The next presenter is a representative of the Legal Counsel of the African Union Commission. His name is Mr. Francis Adanlao, and he will be speaking on the theme, strengthening the role of parliaments in continental integration. He will speak to the issue of ratification and domestication of AU treaties, the oversight role of the parliament, after which, under the direction of the President of Parliament, a debate will follow. Thank you very much.
Excuse Craig, I think let us observe silence. May we please observe silence? And for that matter, we are coming from Parliament, where the leadership in this room emphasizes that the decorum of Parliament should be respected. So please, if you want to have a discussion, can you go out? Not do it inside here. We appeal to you.
Thank you, Excellency. I'll now ask the head of ITC to onboard the next speaker, Office of the Legal Counsel. He will be presenting virtually.
Honorable Président des Parlements.
Honorable speakers of regional and national parliaments, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament Bureau, honorable president of the Pan-African Parliament, my greetings to you from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. My name is Olantaji Francis Orlando from the Office of the Legal Counsel of the AUC, and I was requested to make a presentation on the domestication and oversight of AU treaties and how to strengthen the role of parliaments in continental integration. I would also like to communicate the thanks from the Office of the Legal Counsel. I would like to offer our thanks for giving us this opportunity to speak in front of this august audience to make a case for the domestication and ratification of AU treaties. I will just wait for my presentation to be shown on the screen. So my presentation is going to focus on the role of parliaments in the integration, ratification, and implementation of AU treaties and key decisions. My presentation will be divided into several parts. I will focus first on treaties, how many treaties we have, how do they enter into force, what are the current figures, and what are the current challenges preventing certain members from ratifying AU treaties? What strategies should we adopt to accelerate ratification and implementation? In terms of the second part of my presentation, I will focus on AU decisions, and obviously I will explain how these decisions are made, what the functions of the parliament are, and how a parliament can support the implementation of these decisions in the future. As you all know, honorable speakers, the AU is an international organization that exists to promote certain goals which are in principle shared by all state members. And in furtherance of those goals, the AU, like other international organizations, adopts treaties. And of course, the AU began as the Organization for African Unity. And this was at a time when the continent was fighting against colonialism, and many of the African states were gaining their independence. And several years later, the Organization for African Unity became the AU. And the focus of the AU was very much on continental integration. When we talk about integration, we tend to focus on the economic aspects, but there are a lot of other aspects. There are a lot of aspects. It appears that there's no Arabic interpretation, no Arabic interpreters.
Technical problem in terms of Arabic interpretation. Can we correct that, please, and indicate when it's functional? We can't hear Arabic. Is it okay?
The Arabic interpreters are here.
You may proceed, Mr. Francis, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So I was saying that integration is about a lot more than economic integration. We tend to focus on the economic side of things, forgetting sometimes that there are other factors that can contribute to the integration of the continent, including issues of infrastructure. And so for us to reach our goal of implementation, we need these treaties to provide a policy development forum for the advancement of our shared values on the continent. And these treaties also provide the basis for collective action and solutions in addressing political, economic, and social challenges that impede Africa's integration and development. So there are several treaties that have already been adopted by the AU, and I'd like to speak to this now. How many treaties do we have? Currently, we have a total of 65 treaties that have been adopted since the establishment of the OAU in 1963 and the AU in 2002. The adopted treaties range across several subject areas on, for example, institutional framework, governance, human rights, peace and security, natural resources and the environment, trade and investment. And when you see all of these different fields, civil aviation, transport, energy, etc., you realize that we have these treaties to support growth in all of these fields. And they are required and bind member states through the ratification of these treaties. And this is how member states show their commitment to the treaties. So how do the treaties enter into force? So first, the treaties are negotiated and adopted at the Conference of Heads of State. And then we move on to the next stage, and that is of ratifications and accessions by member states. And from a legal perspective, there are a requisite number of instruments of ratification, and they vary from treaty to treaty. And a state is not under obligation without ratification to implement the content of a treaty. And when a state signs a treaty, the state has to behave in such a way that supports the furtherance of the goals of the treaty. And the signature of a treaty, the first step, is a very important step. Once we know that a state has already signed a treaty, that already shows a certain level of commitment and engagement. And the next step will be ratification. And we believe that once a state has already signed a treaty, they are very likely or highly likely to ratify the treaty. And when talking about ratification, as I said earlier, a state is not obliged to apply the content of a treaty unless the treaty has been ratified. And what this means is that the state will then implement the content of the treaty through the domestication thereof. And a treaty has to respect international law, but it also has to be in conformity with national law. And that is why there are several stages in the ratification process to allow this. Each state ratifies treaties in accordance with its national legislation. And once a state has finalized this process with ratification, the state will then have to deposit the legal instruments for the treaty. And I wanted to stress here that we have had a certain number of challenges where ratification has happened, but the instruments have not been deposited. The legal instruments have not been deposited. And so this, in some circumstances, has delayed the application of certain treaties. And I would like to stress this point because I believe that as speakers of national and regional parliaments, you can put this point forward and ensure that when your country signs and ratifies a treaty, they ensure that the legal instruments are deposited. And in terms of the ratification and signature of treaties, we have what we call a ratification status for each treaty that can be extracted and shared. And whatever the legal system is of the country, the parliament plays an extremely important role in terms of the adoption and ratification of a treaty from the African Union, as well as its implementation. So once the treaties are adopted and ratified, we need to begin the implementation process. So we have 24 treaties that have not yet entered into force in the AU. 41 have entered into force of the 65 treaties, but 24 have not yet entered into force pending the requisite number of ratifications or accessions by member states. And this is something that national parliaments can assist with because the process is blocked at the level of ratification. And when we talk about entering into force, one needs to remember that the number of ratifications that are required for a treaty to enter into force varies from treaty to treaty. In some cases, it's a simple majority. In other cases, it's a 1/3 majority. And then in other cases, there are specific numbers, 28 member states, 22, 17, 15, etc. However, many AU instruments provide for entry into force after the deposit of 15 legal instruments, so 15 ratifications. And I would just like to remind you the role that you have to play for ratification to be able to take place. And one can ask oneself, if we only need 15 legal instruments deposited, why do we have such trouble to have various treaties, these 24 treaties, enter into force? The oldest treaty yet to enter into force is the Inter-African Convention establishing an African Technical Cooperation Program adopted in 1975. That was 48 years ago. And that is yet to enter into force. That was a treaty that was signed before my birth. On average, AU treaties take about 5 years to enter into force, we have discovered. Here, you can see some statistics on ratification and accession. And we begin in 2024, the most recent. So we had 32 ratifications against 6 signatures. 2023, 34 ratifications against 21 signatures. And what this image shows us is that the momentum really needs to increase in terms of ratifications. So I mentioned earlier that the ratification status for each treaty can be extracted and shared. This is information that we do have at the Office of the Legal Counsel. We also are able to provide information on the ratification status for each member state. This can be extracted and shared. And we can do this for specific treaties and also for specific decisions. And I would like to also mention some challenges that have been encountered in terms of ratification. Sorry, I was waiting for my screen so that I could show you an example of one of the documents that shows the treaties of the African Union, and in the different columns we are able to see which treaty has been signed, which country has signed. So, for example, Benin has signed a certain treaty on a certain date, and then we see whether ratification has taken place and whether the instruments have been deposited. So it's a very important document, and we can actually share this with the member states so that they can have an idea of what work is still to be done in terms of the ratification and implementation of treaties. Here's an example of Burkina Faso. So Burkina Faso has ratified 45 treaties of the AU. So we can extract documents by state or by treaty. So this is a treaty from the African Union. It's the Malabo Protocol. And for this particular protocol, we've extracted the information, and it was proposed on 2014, and 11 years later, we have still not got this treaty entered into force. So we need a certain number of ratifications. Only 15 have currently ratified, and this is an extremely important protocol. And I would really like to encourage the speakers of the regional and national parliaments to do what they can to get their member states to ratify this protocol. This protocol is particularly important for the Pan-African Parliament and will move the Pan-African Parliament from being a consultative to a legislative body. This morning, you spoke about the African Free Trade Zone, and there are treaties in this regard as well. There you can see 49 countries have ratified for the moment with regards to this specific treaty. This is another important example where we seek the assistance of speakers and national parliaments to get the African Free Trade Zone off the ground. And I said earlier that it takes roughly 5 years for a treaty to enter into force, but in terms of the AfCFTA, it was in record-breaking time. It was in just over a year. And so it just shows you what is possible when there is the will to do it. And we had the Nigerian president who really championed this initiative and who really championed the idea of ratification. There was a campaign for the ratification of the AfCFTA, and it is an example for the African Union of what can be achieved. There are many other treaties, including this one that is being displayed on the screen at the moment. And this is with regards to the right of domicile and freedom of movement. And this is another extremely important issue for which we need to move forward. But despite the fact that the AfCFTA was able to enter into force and be ratified so quickly in terms of the free movement of people, this is a much, much slower process, and this particular treaty has not yet entered into force. So I'm going to stop displaying the examples and come back to my presentation. And showing you those documents was just to emphasize the fact that the pace of ratification is still slow in the AU. And it is only the constitutive acts that has achieved universal ratification, followed by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which has 54 parties. And the objective for us is to achieve a universal ratification for all the treaties, for all 55 member states. So, what are the challenges in terms of ratification? And obviously, member states need to ratify the treaties, and so we have tried to study the situation and discover what these challenges are. So there are a certain number of political challenges, for example. A lack of political will, and this can really have an impact on ratification. Then, as a parliamentarian, you know the strength that, or the importance of political will to pass laws, and it's the same for ratification. When you have a change of government, this can also be a challenge because a change of government within the signatory state can also have an impact on the priorities or the preferences of the new government, and sometimes you can have political upheavals, you can have conflicts that can all have an impact. The ratification process may also involve a legislative body that opposes the executive body, so internal politics. The executive body that may have signed the agreement, but the legislative body that doesn't agree. Then you could also have internal stability in the country, the cost of ratifying treaties, and also there are technical challenges as well. For example, limited awareness within the government regarding the significance of treaties, why treaties are so important. And there is a lack of coordination amongst the various role players, challenges in terms of communicating or conveying the importance and potential benefits of a treaty. Sometimes there's a lack of coordination between the executive and the parliament. We also realized that sometimes a lack of human resources can pose a problem. Lengthy and cumbersome legal and constitutional procedures for treaty approval and ratification, ineffective support structures, and financial obligations as well that require negotiation. In terms of implementation of a treaty, for a treaty to be implemented in a country, it requires certain measures to be taken, especially at a national level. And to give you an example, if it's a question of ratifying the Convention Against Corruption, you would need to adopt certain laws or revise laws and regulations in the country in order to ensure that you are able to fight against corruption. It may also require restructuring of certain institutions or mechanisms, or you may need to actually build infrastructure. So, for example, in the fight against corruption, one of the measures that can be put in place is that a state would create an independent authority that fights against corruption. And that would require the creation of such an institution. You might need to build offices, or in other cases, for other treaties, build roads or ports. If you think about the treaty for people living with disability or people with disability, that would also require some infrastructure adjustments to be able to accommodate people with disability. So these are some concrete issues and measures that a state would have to undertake in order to implement a treaty. The African Union does have a follow-up mechanism in place for some treaties. And in this case, there are periodic reports that have to be sent in. Once the treaty has been ratified, a state will have to send in these periodic reports to report on how the treaty is being implemented in a specific member states. There are conferences of state parties, and then there's also the creation of specific treaty bodies or organs. For example, the institutions like the Council for Human and People's Rights. And then member states usually don't submit these reports at the required frequency, which does pose a problem in terms of follow-up and knowing how far implementation is in certain member states. So even though we do reach the stage of a state ratifying, we then don't get these periodic reports to know how far the implementation has gone. In terms of strategies to address the slow pace of ratification or accession and implementation of OAU and AU treaties, the Executive Council decided to adopt a decision, EXCL DEC 705, which was adopted in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia in July 2012, and established the Ministerial Committee on the challenges of ratification, accession, and implementation of AOU and AU treaties. In addition, a number of decisions have been adopted by the policy organs, amongst others, decisions that appealed to members to prioritize and accelerate the signing and ratification of OAU and AU treaties, as well as to commence the process of ratification within 1 year of their adoption. And then the Commission was also requested to find ways and means of addressing and recurring problems of inconsistencies between the various linguistic texts. And the study, we conducted a study that focused on the procedures for ratification and harmonization. And it was a study that was done by the AUC, and the study concluded that it was currently impossible to harmonize procedures for ratification without revising the Constitution, which will be very difficult. And so the idea of harmonization was abandoned, and it was decided to continue as we did before with follow-up mechanisms in terms of ratification and harmonization amongst the various member states.
There are also other initiatives at the Office of the Legal Counsel in order to support ratification efforts. For example, the Week for Signatures that we organize everywhere and that we circulate to member states ratification status of treaties so that they can see where they must make an effort. The day before yesterday, during the discussions we had with your clerks of parliaments, we agreed that the African Union will send the Pan-African Parliament the ratification status of treaties so that the Pan-African Parliament can send that information to other parliaments to support ratification efforts. There's also the fact that we organize ratification campaigns on certain treaties, for example, the AFC-FTA agreement and the Malabo Protocol concerning the Peoples and Human Rights agreement. And there is also the support that we give member states in terms of setting up sectoral national committees on ratification and implementation of AU treaties. This committee is set up in each African member state of the AU. And this committee should be composed of representatives of Foreign Affairs and the Office of the President at the national level, and also with the civil society. And so periodically that committee can assess the treaties that the various states have not yet ratified. And this committee also have an advocacy mandate in terms of ratification. Within the Office of the Legal Counsel of the African Union, we plan missions in various countries to set up these national sectorial committee, and this happens from Addis Ababa. Without further ado, concerning the role that the parliaments can play in terms of speeding up a ratification and implementation of African Union treaties, I'd like to remind you of three functions of Parliament that you know better than me, and that is representation of citizens, the legislative function, and the control of government actions. When we tried to transpose these functions in the field of ratification and implementation, we realized that there are many things that parliaments can do. Ratification is important, but ratification itself is not the final element. It is to implement the treaty so that the citizens can benefit from it. We realize that there are many things Parliament can do, and we need to rely on the speakers of parliaments so that you can accompany us on this task. You can be with us. Parliaments need to make sure that the interests of African citizens are taken care of and that they are well represented. And in order to support integration efforts, there are also social factors that are concerned, for example, vulnerable groups, women, people with disabilities, children, etc. So parliaments need to help so that the standards of the African Union concerning these vulnerable groups be taken into account in parliaments. As far as the legislative function is concerned, this is very important for ratification. In certain states, you need approval of parliament so that the executive can ratify certain types of treaties or all treaties. Maybe what parliaments could do is to work with us so that these approvals that for ratification of AU treaties be accelerated so that the executive can go forward in the ratification process. In certain member states, you can proceed to what we call domestication, and that is very important for member states who operate according to the common law system. So the treaty needs to be transposed into a national law in order for the elements of the treaty to be put forward legally. And then there is also a fifth element so that the citizens can benefit from the treaties. Parliaments can work with us on the implementation to make sure that the laws that have been voted on reflect the standards and values contained in the AU treaties. From a legislative point of view, the financial laws have to be approved by Parliament, and parliaments then can make sure that the finances are there for ratification and implementation of AU treaties. Another function where we identified elements where speakers of parliament can work with us, and that is government actions. There are various mechanisms that parliaments use in terms of the national regulatory framework, whether it be in writing or orally. So ratification of certain treaties of the African Union or even all treaties. There is also the question of setting up parliamentary groups so that parliaments can support ratification and implementation efforts of the African Union treaties. In conclusion, I would like to say that what is the most important is not the African Union adopt many treaties, but rather that these treaties being implemented. Otherwise, the citizens, the populations cannot take advantage of provisions of the treaty. And in terms of implementation, we need many efforts individually and collectively to make sure that aspirations that led to the establishment of the African Union be realized. And on the subject, as I have said, parliaments and speakers of parliament that you are have a very important role to play, not only for the acceleration, ratification, and domestication of treaties, but also for the follow-up and implementation of African Union treaties. I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I am available if you have any comments and any questions. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank the Office of the Legal Counsel and Mr. Francis in particular for the presentation that he has made. He has taken us through the process of treaty making at the level of the continent, indicating that this process is led by heads of state and government. He has also highlighted the pivotal role of national parliaments in accelerating ratification and domestication of these treaties in respective African countries. He has decried the implementation rate of various treaties of the African Union and has said that this has undermined Africa's commitment to achieve a harmonized legal system and eventual integration of the continent. He has provided also insight, useful insight into a range of factors that either enhance or impede the universal ratification and domestication of African Union treaties, and has set out some of the ways in which this can be overcome. So thank you, Mr. Francis, and do thank the Legal Counsel also for allowing you to come and present on her behalf. At this point, Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to hand the floor to you to steer the discussions of speakers on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, presenter from the Office of the Legal Counsel. And thank you for the presentation, which was indeed very informative. We have about 5 excellent speakers who have registered interest to follow up on your presentation. And the first is the Speaker of Senegal, Excellency Malik Ndiaye. Take the floor. It's not a speech. It is a response to this presentation. Speech tomorrow. And speech is tomorrow. You're not intervening on this one? I thought it was clear that the speeches will be tomorrow. We are doing speeches tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. The Speaker of the Parliament of Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also, in a special way, recognize Ambassador Motsepe here. On the role of Parliament, I think let me first thank the Office of the Legal Counsel for that insightful presentation. When you drew towards conclusion, I thought you would highlight what the trend has been on the African continent with regards to the role that has been played by parliaments in particular ratification of treaties, the 65 treaties. What has been the trend? I would like to make a jarring observation on this matter, in that, yes, we all know that parliaments exist to legislate, to provide oversight, and for their representative role. But that jarring observation I'm making is that the international relations has, for the most part, been a preserve of the executive in terms of what treaties to sign and ratify, when to domesticate, and whether to even implement. And so it's the executive which picks and chooses which treaties are to be taken seriously. And in some instances, you'd find that in some jurisdictions, even when treaties are domesticated, they sort of remain but persuasive instruments which are not binding. I think in some jurisdictions there is case law to that effect. So I think as speakers we must reaffirm the role of Parliament in international relations, particularly our role in parliamentary diplomacy, our role in ratification of treaties must be clear. We can come in deciding which treaties our countries will sign and ratify and domesticate. We can also initiate even the ratification by way of parliament resolutions and the domestication through private members' bills, and even provide oversight on the implementation of these treaties. And of course, for parliaments to realize this, we ought to emphasize on the independence of parliament. Only independent parliaments which are well-resourced, well-capacitated, and with the right attitude can be able to influence international relations, because democracy is not just about rulers being chosen by the ruled or the rulers being removable by the ruled, but it is also about the rulers acting always in the interest of the ruled. And these treaties come as a result of realization that they will benefit the African people. And as Parliament, we need to play our role. Mr. President, I thank you. I thought I should just say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe there was a communication problem. The Speaker of the Parliament of Senegal has clarified that, in fact, he wants to make a follow-up on the presentation and not a speech as such. So we give him the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I should like to express my joy since since it is the first time I'm participating in this speakers meeting. I'd like to thank the South African authorities as well as the President of the Pan-African Parliament, our brother Chief Fortune Charumbira. After having listened attentively to the excellent presentation of our colleague, I would like to say that Africa, our continent, has immense potential. But in order to harness this potential, we need to transform our parliaments in terms of integration levers. And as legislators, the ability to vote on laws in our respective countries, it is the fact that we must accelerate in African integration. In Senegal, as in most countries represented here, the Constitution in its 95 provision, the President of the Republic negotiates international agreements through the National Assembly. It's clear that Parliament plays an essential role in the vitality of foreign policy in our states. In order for this integration, African integration project to be materialized, it seems to me that each parliament should take the role of applying domestication and laws that are applicable in our countries. We must also follow up the responsibility of governments and practice transparency with our populations. The integration of the 2063 agenda and the model laws and legislative frameworks and the coordination and sharing with national parliaments of results or outcomes of African Union summits. Dear colleagues, we find out that most treaties and protocols are not deficient in terms of concept, but there is a problem in terms of ratification and implementation. In other words, parliamentary action should have political will or direct political will. And some AU treaties that are ratified are not implemented, which has a negative impact on African integration. I'd like to call on Parliament so that they do not only ratify, they also have to follow up, control, and follow up the implementation of those treaties by our governments. And this is only in this way that African integration will be effective. As soon as we took power in December 2024, we formed a committee to assess laws that had been voted on. Committee was on the back. This committee was on the back burner, and this often characterizes our parliaments. Our role should be strengthened in this field. First of all, is to ensure the legislative harmonization so that the AU treaties become reality in the AFC-FTA in terms of the Malabo Protocol. We also need to initiate a culture of supervision, not only for the signature, concerning the signature of agreements, but for their effective implementation. We also need to give confidence to the populations. They don't often understand the delays of ratification and implementation in their daily lives. We cannot just continue to meet and talk about challenges of our populations. The parliaments are a bridge between the aspirations of our populations and the government. The African integration must be alive. In conclusion, I'd like to thank all of you for this initiative. We need to apply parliamentary diplomacy globally as well. If we want Africa to count in the world, we need to unite our parliaments, harmonize our legislation, and stay connected to the aspirations of our populations. The Senegal will continue to work for a prosperous and peaceful Africa. I would like to invite you to share your experiences, your proposals, your vision, so that we can arrive at concrete proposals so that our parliaments become the engine of African integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Speaker of the Parliament of Senegal. The next to be given the floor is the representative of the Speaker of the Parliament of Rwanda. This is Honorable Bideri. You take the floor.
Your Excellency, my request was not for this presentation that has just ended, so I'd like to withdraw. It was meant for a presentation, I think, that will be done later on.
Merci beaucoup. The representative of the President of the Senate of Kenya, I know the President was here earlier on, I think he went to take a rest, I think. So the representative is Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you have said correctly, I'm taking the floor on behalf of the Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Amason Kingi. In terms of interacting with the material, first, I'd like to thank the Office of the Legal Counsel at the AU for a very brilliant presentation, which is well presented and very well detailed. But there are two quick issues that I want to seek clarification. The first one is there are continental treaties like the ones you have given us from the AU affecting the entire continent. There are regional treaties that affect regional areas of Africa. For example, the East African Community Treaty. And then there are bilateral treaties that also are signed between states within Africa. Now, the question is whether there are incidences of lack of congruence, or let's say lack of alignment. What should be the hierarchy in terms of application? Is there a decision of the Executive Council? Is there a decision of the summit that gives guidance on this? Or what are your thoughts on that issue? That's the first one. The second one, you have stated in your presentation that the reports of implementation are filed somewhere, implementation of treaties are filed somewhere. But I wanted to follow up that by asking, is there a proper, well-documented, well-thought-out monitoring and evaluation mechanism for implementation of treaties? Or is it just filing those reports? And where do they get filed? I wish you could clarify those two issues. I thank you, Your Excellency, President.
Thank you. Another representative of the Speaker. Okay, this is not written representative, but it says Honorable Fateh Motibek, Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس حقيقة.
Thank you, Mr. President and Chair. Indeed, national parliaments play a crucial role in African integration, starting with the Pan-African Parliament. The strengthening of integration requires support from Parliament, which goes through harmonization, and also greater involvement in youth, from youth and women. I noticed coming from Algeria, Mr. President, and not long ago, Algeria hosted the trade exhibition, African trade exhibition. We had 30,000 visitors. There were meetings, colloquiums organized as side events, but we noted the absence of the Pan-African Parliament at this event, whose objective was to strengthen trade in Africa. I think that the presence and involvement of the Pan-African Parliament should have been very positive in terms of this initiative, whose objective was to strengthen integration. And I see that we decided to fund in support to development this mechanisms of international solidarity. Algeria pledged $1 million to this fund, and also for involving youth to encourage creativity and innovation, because we know that we are on a continent where most of the population is very, very young. We need to offer more opportunities to youth and women, and this is why we rely heavily on the Pan-African Parliament for its role in awareness with national parliaments so that they are more involved in regional meetings. And I congratulate you for this initiative, and I thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament for convening this meeting. We feel that the Pan-African Parliament shows political support to all conventions and policies in Africa. This is why we should work together to serve our continent and our people, because we are the voice of our people. And I wish to mention the transforming of parliaments in integration efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable But. I think we've now exhausted the list of those who expressed interest on this subject. Can we thank once more the presenter from the Legal Counsel for responding, and I'll come back to you. We thank you for being present to this stage, but you may want to pick some of the issues that have been raised again.
Thank you so much, Honorable President, and thanks to the speakers, the President, and the representative that took the floor. Thanks to all the comments. We have taken notes. So with regard to the questions that were raised, maybe to start with the speaker from Botswana about the trend in terms of roles of Parliament in ratification of treaties on the continent. On that one, I would like to first of all mention that when we talk about ratification, it is an act of domestic law, but also an act of international law. Act of domestic law because the process for ratification and the steps that have to be followed for ratification, as well as the stakeholders that have to be involved, are defined in national law, especially in constitutions. So when you look at the constitutions of member states in Africa, or EU member states, we realize that there is no uniform approach. The role that the Parliament plays in ratification changed from a member state to another one. Like, for example, in some member states, we realize that the Parliament is not involved at all in the ratification process. The ratification process is handled by the executive that at some point will have to inform Parliament of the ratification. In other jurisdictions, the executive cannot ratify treaties without getting approval from the Parliament. So the Parliament has to approve formally ratification before the executive can finalize it. the same way in other jurisdictions, the executive has the power to ratify some types of treaties without involving the parliament and will inform the parliament. But when it comes to some specific treaties on some specific subject matters, the executive will have to seek approval from the parliament before doing it. So those are the trends. There is no uniform approach. Each parliament is playing a role as defined by the constitution of the member state. But at the end of the day, what we have noticed is that the parliament might consider improving their role in the ratification process, not just to be approving the requests that are coming from the executive, or just to just be taking notes of the information that are provided by the executive, but to go beyond and be asking executive like questions and also accountability on why they are not ratifying A, B, C, D treaty, while those treaties should be a priority for the populations. So when it comes to the representative of the President of the Senate of Kenya, the first question about the hierarchy, in case there is conflict between a continental treaty, a regional treaty, and a bilateral treaty, is there an hierarchy? There is no close debate on the matter. There are a lot of schools of thoughts on the matter. People will be interpreting to tell you that no, priority should be given to A, B, C, D, but there is no uniformity. And as I'm talking at the level of the African Union, there is no such decision of the Assembly or the Council saying that A treaty should take precedence on B treaty. But the most important is that when this kind of conflict arises, we'll go by interpretation. And then when you want to start interpreting, you also look at the content, the context, the purpose of different treaties to see how you can get out of those conflicts. But I do recognize that this is also an issue, and at the level of the African Union, at some point it was even raised at the highest level, and we were requested as Commission to engage with regional economic committees at some point to see how we can have a kind of harmonized approach when it comes to the treaties of the African Union and the treaties at regional level. Of course, we are not also going to forget bilateral treaties that are concluded between member states that also are a source of international law. So when it comes to the reports on implementation, are there proper monitoring mechanism or systems? On that one also, I will say that I cannot provide an answer across the board for all the treaties. But it depends also on the content of the treaty. Because when we take some specific treaties, those treaties themselves have put in place what we call treaty bodies. And those treaty bodies have a responsibility of monitoring the implementation of the treaty. So basically, what member states are supposed to be doing is to be submitting reports. And when they submit reports, those treaty bodies are going to be looking at those reports and make their recommendation on the content. But in addition to those treaty bodies, there are also some instances where member states and in this situation, state parties to the treaty will be required to submit a report to the Secretariat, usually the African Union Commission, and then the African Union Commission is going to compile those reports and submit them to what we call the Conference of State Parties. And then the Conference of State Parties will be the one looking at the content and making its own recommendation. So at the end of the day, there is no general follow-up mechanism or monitoring mechanism. It depends on the content of each treaty. And actually, you can at some point notice that the monitoring system is more effective for A treaty than a B treaty. So those are, Honorable President, the responses that I can provide, and I would like once again to thank the honorable speakers and the representative for their comment. Thank you so much.
So let's us thank you very much for the presentation. I think we've come to the close of this particular topic on our agenda. Once more, thank you very much. We'll always call upon you to present on other issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable President.
Madam Clerk.
Excellencies, at this point, we'll take a short tea break and health break for 20 minutes, returning to the chamber at 22:05. Tea is served in the foyer behind, and we'll see you back in the chamber at 22:05. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Suggestion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Proceed.
We've just arrived. So maybe we can go to the next.
Okay. There is a motion.
Yes, definitely.
There is a motion on the floor that I think we don't need to go for tea now.
I
second.
So we
I
can
second, President.
Proceed. There is a motion not opposed. It seems, although there is no seconder, there is no opposition. So it can be taken as agreed. No objection.
Yeah.
No objection and agreed to.
Thank you, Excellencies. In line with the collective decision to proceed with the program, we will do so, whilst also just inviting those Excellencies that wish to just take a quick cup of tea to do so and then come back into the chamber. Excellencies, the next presentation was to be delivered by the Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism. She has taken ill and she has indicated that she's unable to come in person. but she has graciously asked her advisor, Advocate Batlokwa, to present on her behalf. The title of the presentation will be a synopsis of the Africa Governance Report 2025, Integrating Parliaments into the African Union Governance Architecture. We thank Advocate Batlokwa for accepting to do so at short notice, and I do invite him to the podium to deliver the important message of the APRM, but also to talk about its mandate and the programs that they have done in the area of governance in the African Union family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our clerk. Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament Bureau, Your Excellencies, Right Honorable and Honorable Speakers of our national parliaments and regional parliaments, Your Excellency, my dear good sister, Madam Lindwe Kumalo, clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, and clerks of our national parliaments and regional parliaments, all protocol observed, members of the Pan-African Parliament present here today, all protocols observed. Your Excellencies, as Madam Lindwe just stated, Her Excellency, Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Quatre, former member of Parliament of the Republic of Seychelles and former leader of government business in Parliament of Seychelles, and our current CEO of the APRM Continental Secretariat could not be with us today. She just fell ill on her way back to South Africa from the United Nations General Assembly. She has, however, requested me to make the presentation on her behalf. Your Excellencies. So I will start first of all with the mandate of the APRM. The APRM is the African peer review mechanism that has been established on the 9th of March 2003 in Abuja, Nigeria, and is an autonomous entity. Is an autonomous entity of the African Union with the mandate to foster the adoption of policies and standards practices that lead to political stability, high economic growth, sustainable and inclusive development, and accelerated regional and continental economic integration through the sharing of experiences, reinforcement of successful and best practices. This includes providing reliable data and information. It is an African-owned and African-led platform, voluntarily African-led and African-owned platform, voluntary mechanism for self-assessment, peer learning, experience sharing in democracy, and good governance. So, Your Excellencies, the mandate of the APRM is realized through rigorous assessments and country reviews in 6 thematic areas. The first thematic area, Your Excellency, is democratic governance. The second one is economic governance and management. And the third is corporate governance. And the fourth is socio-economic development. All these 4 come from the original mandate, Your Excellencies. And the 5th thematic area that came as a result of the COVID pandemic is state resilience to shocks and natural disasters. That was adopted in 2021. And the latest thematic area is e-governance that was adopted this year, February 2025, Your Excellencies. So out of the 55 AU member states, Your Excellencies, 44 have voluntarily acceded to the APRM. And the 11 member states that have not yet acceded to the APRM are the following. It is Libya, Morocco, Sahrawi in North Africa. In West Africa, it is Guinea-Bissau, Republic of Guinea, and Cape Verde in West Africa. In East Africa is Eritrea, Somalia, South Sudan, and Madagascar. And in Southern Africa is the Kingdom of Eswatini. So, Your Excellencies, out of these 44 member states of the AU that are participating member states of the APRM, 26 countries have completed their first generation review, and 6 countries have completed their second generation review, and 12 countries have completed targeted reviews, including the Republic of Guinea, which is not a member state of the APRM, but they undertook a targeted review on unconstitutional changes of government as part of the AGR 2023 that focused on unconstitutional changes of government. So, Your Excellencies, in relation to the request for us today on the Africa Governance Report 2025, I would like to highlight that amongst the functions of the APRM, in terms of Assembly Decision 720 of February 2019 and Article 61C of the APRM Statute of 2020, is a preparation of the Africa Governance Report by the APRM in close collaboration with the Africa Governance Architecture, of which PAP is a very active member of the architecture, and its presentation to the African Union heads of states and government every 2 years, Your Excellencies. So we have prepared the first report, Africa Governance Report, in 2019, the second one, which was a baseline report on the state of governance on the continent in 2019, the second one in 2021 on the governance futures, then the third one in 2023 on unconstitutional changes of government, and the fourth one, Your Excellencies, is the report on natural resources governance, Your Excellencies. And the mandate for this particular report, it came from the Assembly of Heads of State and Government through Decision 874 that was adopted by our Heads of State and Government in February 2024. And the Africa Governance Report, Your Excellencies, this particular one has 4 sub-themes, Your Excellencies. The first one is land resources governance. The second one, mineral resources governance. The third is marine resources that we have termed within the AU as the blue economy, the mineral resources governance. So the objective of the report is to assess the state of natural resources governance in Africa with the following objectives: to undertake a political economy analysis of natural resources governance on the continent, examining the legislative and policy landscape on the identified sub-themes, which are land governance, mineral resources, and marine resources, and make recommendations on improving value realization and revenue management from natural resources, amongst the objectives, Your Excellencies. So we have undertaken a very thorough analytical framework of the governance of natural resources on the 3 thematic areas that I've highlighted, and one of those is on the peace and security, and the other one is on the broad-based socioeconomic development. The other one is protection of human resources. The other one is on the shift in perception of Africa's potential in the global economy. And the other one, of course, is the African political economy. So this is the analytical framework that we utilized to develop the report. And Your Excellencies, the report underwent a very rigorous validation process that culminated into the adoption of the report by our heads of state and government, the APRM heads of state and government in February 2025, and ultimately by the AU Assembly of Heads of State and Government, the 38th ordinary session that was held in February this year. And the Assembly of Heads of State and Government called on member states and all stakeholders to integrate the recommendations of the report into national policies to ensure sustainable resource management and equitable development. So the key issues and recommendations that emanate from the report are the following. The AGR 2025 provides recommendations that inform how AU member states, especially through parliaments, can best govern their natural resources. It categorizes the sections into 3 lenses of the analytical framework presented: legal and policy environment, value realization and optimization, and enhancement of revenue management. The key highlights of the governance of natural resources are the following: that with over 65% of the world's arable land, Africa has a unique potential to develop leading agricultural industries that meet global food and green industry demands. However, there's need for improved mechanisms for effective land governance that ensures that land is used equitably and sustainably, as land is often seen as a commodity and not as a factor for production, with inflated land prices that lead to increased land holding, amongst others. Enabling institutional and legislative environment. It is recommended that domestication of continental legal frameworks for harmonized land tenure systems. We need to strengthen land registers and invest in land administration to prioritize land access and ownership, especially for women and youth and marginalized groups through legislative reforms. Optimizing value addition. There's need to regulate land markets and make provisions for upgrading of the tenure systems. Enhancing revenue management. It is recommended that there's need to revise the formula for compensation and relocation of displaced persons so as to enhance revenue and also to enhance revenue transparency. The key highlights for governance of mineral resources, Your Excellencies. Africa holds 30% of the world's known critical resources, including significant reserves of cobalt, platinum group metals, graphite, lithium, bauxite, uranium, positioning the continent as crucial to the global green transition. However, only 10 to 15% of the value derived from mineral resources is retained in Africa, underscoring the need for local processing and manufacturing, and also stringent contract negotiations, strengthening of our public institutions, and financial sovereignty of our member states. So the recommendations, Your Excellencies, are that we must improve bargaining power. We must improve our bargaining power for negotiations. We must strengthen institutions and concession commissions. In terms of optimizing value realization, it is recommended that we need to ensure adequate skilled human capital for mining industries and related institutions, invest in geological and mineral information systems, data standardization, and adoption of resource classification reporting systems, and ensure transparency in production and exports. Most importantly, increase public investment in economic sector infrastructure so as to leverage access to finance for development. In terms of enhancing revenue management, it is recommended that we need to improve sovereign welfare fund management or create sovereign welfare funds for our member states in terms of the resources that they have. In terms of the key highlights of the governance of mineral resources, the sustainable utilization of marine resources can greatly advance Africa's socio-economic development. The blue economy is projected to contribute 405 billion and create 75 million jobs by 2030, highlighting the critical roles of fisheries, aquaculture, coastal and marine tourism, renewable energy, and maritime trade in job creation and economic growth of our continent. The AGR report notes with concern the need for maritime security frameworks, maritime security frameworks due to increasing encroaching foreign fleets, especially on waters designated for artisanal fisheries. This engagement in illegal activities leads to significant economic, food insecurity, and maritime safety challenges, including social and economic displacement within coastal communities whose livelihoods depend on these resources. The recommendations that have been put forward are the following. Under enabling institutional legislative environment, we recommend for harmonized regional maritime frameworks, employment of technology for enforcement, especially on marine protected areas. On optimizing value realization, the report recommends phased out open access to fisheries and the development of technical expertise in the blue economy. On enhancing revenue management, the report recommends the development and implementation of regulatory guidelines for harvesting restoration and the development of private sector partnerships. Your Excellency, the summary of key issues and recommendations from the report are the following. That the report recognizes that the increase in the demand of excess use and ownership of natural resources is a major cause of conflicts on the continent. In the past 60 years, at least 40% of all interstate conflicts were linked to natural resources, driven by climate change, related resource scarcity, population increase, livelihood threats, and land disputes, amongst others. These conflict drivers may include the following issues and recommendations: growing competition for natural resources. We need to strengthen governance institutions. Unresolved structural causes. There's need to improve negotiation capacities and concession processes. Pressures from demands for development. There's need to develop critical skilled human capital through critical skills passports. In terms of deficiencies in natural resource management and programs, there's need to standardize and harmonize regional policies. So, Your Excellencies, what is the role of parliaments as far as natural resources is concerned? Your Excellencies, parliaments play an important role in the dissemination of the recommendations of the report. The Pan-African Parliament in particular can promote transnational peer learning and sharing of experiences amongst countries at the continental level on issues of natural resources governance. Parliaments can also provide opportunities for tabling APRM reports during its ordinary sessions with a view to generate debates on the APRM findings and best practices in order to stimulate non-participating countries to join. The Pan-African Parliament can also establish parliamentary committees to monitor the implementation of the national programs of action in relation to the peer review reports of the APRM. Parliaments can also contribute to ensuring that AU member states are committed to and making progress in addressing mineral resources challenges, amongst others. And parliaments may promote the implementation of recommendations made in the report at the national levels through the following: discussion of key issues emanating from the AGR 2025 in national parliaments of member states and those of regional economic communities, proposals for the making and passing of laws in line with the recommendations of the report. So, Your Excellencies, as the APRM, we humbly make the following recommendations to Your Excellencies, our national speakers of parliament. The APRM relies on the ability of the speakers of parliament to influence government decisions and policies by passing laws and mobilizing support for the APRM processes, as well as participation in sensitization and reviving political debate on AGR findings, in this particular case, the AGR report on natural resources. APRM believes that parliamentarians' voice can strengthen the mechanism's impact by ensuring that its outcomes or the outcomes of the report translate into concrete national actions and improvements in natural resources governance across the continent. APRM encourages parliamentarians of member states that have not yet acceded to the APRM to actively serve as some APRM ambassadors. In this role, they should champion accession within their respective countries and work towards ensuring that their governments formally join the APRM ahead of the upcoming APRM summit that is scheduled to take place in February next year, 2026. Your Excellencies, I have been requested by Her Excellency, the CEO, to formally inform Your Excellencies that the APRM, in close collaboration with the Pan-African Parliament, is organizing the Pan-African Intra-Party Political Dialogue on Democracy and Good Governance. And this conference will be organized in regional segments, and the first segment of the Pan-African Intra-Party Political Party Dialogue, which is the Political Party Summit, will be held from the 10th to the 12th of December in the Kingdom of Lesotho, Your Excellencies. And there subsequently would move to the other regions of the continent. And this conference, Your Excellencies, is informed by the review of the first 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 that has revealed an overall poor score on governance on the continent, as well as the APRM country review reports of many member states and the AGR 2023 on unconstitutional changes of government, which has also revealed factors which impede the entrenchment of democracy and good governance on the continent. The dialogue, Your Excellency, is organized on the need to ensure full participation of all stakeholders, particularly legislative bodies, which serve as custodians of democratic norms and the voice of the people, and political parties, which are entities established in our member states to contest for control of state power democratically and legitimately. Your Excellencies, it is our sincere conviction that political parties have long played a central role in both theory and practice in modern democracy, constituting a vital link between the sovereign people and the politicians, of whom exercise of the affairs of the state is temporarily entrusted. Your Excellencies, the second announcement, Your Excellencies, is that in line with the mandate of the APRM founding documents, the APRM is planning to undertake the following reviews and seeks the support of members of parliament in accordance with the recently signed MOU between the Pan-African Parliament and the APRM. We will be undertaking the second generation review report in the Republic of Sierra Leone in November this year. We'll be undertaking a targeted review on economic governance and management in Zimbabwe in October, just in a couple of days, October this year. We'll also be undertaking a targeted review on public administration in Egypt in October this year. We'll be undertaking a targeted review on youth unemployment in Kenya this year. The date has not yet been determined. We have recently concluded a targeted review mission on tourism as a catalyst for economic development in the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. I think that was in a couple of days back. So I thank you, Your Excellencies, for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, yes, you can ask Madam Clerk to pass through.
Thank you, Advocate Bahlokwa, for your presentation on behalf of the APRM, introducing the mandate of the mechanism, its focus on the state of good governance in Africa, and the membership, the manner in which membership is achieved within the APRM. And then also availing to the honorable speakers the opportunity that is availed by the different services and products that are offered by the APRM, beginning with the biannual governance report that is very data-rich and researched, that provides critical information that parliaments may need for their work, and then also availing the opportunity for the different types of reviews that can be done in different member states to improve good governance in their environment. And then specifically talking about the 2025 report that has focused, rightly so, on the issue of governance of natural resources in Africa. Thank you very much. Excellencies, under the direction of the President, would like to invite Her Excellency Ambassador Bridget Motsepe to come to the podium. She is a well-known business person in the Republic of South Africa in the mining sector, and she will complement this presentation with her rich experience in industry, as she will. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. You gave me 10 minutes, so let me start shooting. I'll tell you who I am. I'm not Patrice Motsepe's wife. He's my younger brother. I'm not Ramaphosa's wife. He's my older sister's husband. But what I am, I'm your ambassador. But I started in 1986 as the first Black producer of minerals for underground mining construction in Africa. And why did I start? I come from a family that owns mineral rights in terms of our tribe. And the tribal communities in Africa and also in South Africa own the mineral rights. And what we would do, we'll then lease out the mineral rights to mining companies for royalty payments so that we can take the royalty payments for rural renewal projects. That never happened. Now, it was very important when South Africa became the New South Africa in 1994 for the legislation to change from the old South African rules to the new rules. And what we've done, we inherited a country where only 4 companies own 83% of the resources and reserves of the minerals in South Africa. Anglo American, De Beers, and Goldfields. So it was very important for us, the country, to nationalize the ownership of the minerals. Nationalizations then the state became the custodian of the mineral rights, and we had then to change legislation. But not only that, we also had to change the legislation of non-ownership of the Black people. And what we did, we inherited the country, like similar to the African continent countries, where the resources and reserves are owned by the government, but the ownership of the mines are not owned by the people of the countries. I was very worried and very concerned to find out that in two years ago, I was in DRC and I was the keynote address speaker in a mining conference. And before I spoke, I asked the DRC Minister of Mines, how many people in your country, black or white, citizens own mines? They said, no one. I said, but you've been independent since 1963. So you've got, in 2023, you don't even have one single citizen owning mines. That's why you have the alliance in M23. That's why you have the Boko Harams also in Nigeria. Now, what I say to him is that, and what I'm also saying to the president briefly, because I've been briefly 10 minutes to come and give some dialogue in terms of comments. And tomorrow the president says he wants me to come and make a presentation. But in 10 minutes, what I realized in Africa is the legislation. The African countries' legislation, and I'm talking here because I've been building mines for the big mining houses, a contract mining company, building mines for shaft sinkers. I built Anglo Gold Ashanti in Ghana was built by me, and all the mines, many mines are built for the big mining houses in Africa. And what I realized is that the legislation says, I'm the Minister of Mines. Foreign direct investment can come, or the local investors can come, and you can build mines, and it's not necessary for the people. That's what some of the legislation said when I started building mines for the big mining houses in the African continent. Now, we created mining legislation and the economic cluster legislation. If you are a Minister of Mines, a Minister of Trade and Industry, a Minister of Finance, or a Minister of any department that needs a license to trade, the minister will say, I'm Gwede Mantatch. You want to have my mining license? What you need to do, make sure that not less than 30% of the people in your area where you mine or the country is owned by the indigenous people. And make sure that in that 30%, not less than 5% must be owned by the rural, if it's in a community area where there is a community tribes, a community trust must be created. And the trust deed must say, what has to be done for the community. The money doesn't go into the tribal leaders' bank account. It goes into community trust, and the community trust will say we want roads, we want clinics, we want houses, we want fertilizers, and that money is given. Not less than 5% must be then given, not the gift, but a willing seller, willing buyer. And then and not out of the 30%, not less than 20% must go for broad-based. And now you will say, how do the people, where will they get the money? The company that is the money, the company that's going to invest, must make sure that they lend you the money to then create that 30%. And the money that you are lended, every time when dividends are paid, the dividends will pay back the loan. And the dividends that pay back the loan, once it's been paid, then money comes to you. And we have, like just in one of the mines that I own, the tribal community, which is 7 tribes, they own 7%. They were getting 293 million dividends. The tribe had built their own bridges, their own dams, their own water, their own electricity plants and all that. They don't wait for government. And then also something else that is very, very worrisome in Africa. There's illicit capital and transfer pricing. Illicit capital and transfer pricing has to do with non-taxation payment. I will own a factory to manufacture something, whether it's a bag, or I'll own a mining company, or I'll own a factory to manufacture maybe shoes or whatever. Then I say to the government, I'm not making money. What you're not saying to the government is that what I'm doing, I'm selling that mineral to myself. And if the market conditions, the market price is maybe $20,000, $10,000 per ton, I'm selling to myself maybe for $5,000 per ton. And I'm selling it to my marketing company that belongs to me. And that marketing company will then the company will come back to the government and say, I didn't get any profit, so I can't pay shares. I can't pay tax. They're not saying to the government that I have given a reduced price for the mineral or for the bag that I'm exporting or I'm selling. And the real price is 10,000. And then you say there's no profit and I'm making a loss and you don't pay tax. So what I did, I also went to the South African government and I said to the Parliament of South Africa, I am the president of the Junior Mining Chamber and I'm very worried. The mining companies are not paying tax. And I said, I have sent out my dividends of the mines that comes back to me from one company. I can't tell you, Minister, who the company is because I'll be sued. I did an agreement, confidentiality agreement. But Minister, you can call me outside and ask me who the company is, and I'll tell you. Then you can come back and tell them. And then I said, what the company has done, they're selling the minerals to themselves for reduced price, and there's no taxation paid. And then the Minister of Mines then created a Judge Janice Davis Commission, and the Commission of Inquiry was done, and then our laws in South Africa had to be legislated and amended so that the taxation of the country's minerals and the country, anything that has to do with the selling of whatever it is, whether it's wines offshore, whatever South Africa is selling offshore, whether it's citrus to Russia, citrus to anybody, that company that gets the income, the taxation must be paid. And then there's also something that has to do with rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is a big problem in Africa. We have a rehabilitation fund. No mining company can produce a mine in South Africa without having a rehabilitation fund. So 2%, not less than 2% of your income must go for rehabilitation even before you build the mine. So that when you finish building the mine, you don't leave the country area that's barren. And before you can even build the mine, you have to do an aeromagnetic survey. And that aeromagnetic survey has to depict all the trees and all the houses, and every tree and every house that you extract from that area where the mine is going to be built. You've got to go and replant the tree, and you're going to create new houses. So you find that wherever we go to rural communities where people have humble homes and we go to build a mine, all those houses that we they'd have to demolish to build a mine, we go and build beautiful houses for them as per the legislation. So what I say to our president of the African Union, can we please have a terms of reference in African continent? You are the Parliament of Africa. We need to learn from each other and share from each other. We will then ask the South African Parliamentarian Committee members to come here and just come and share with us the road we've traveled in the 30 years of our democracy. We're only 30 years old. And share with you what the ownership profile is. In the banks, there are black people owning banks because the banking minister says, I'm the Minister of Finance, if you want to open any financial service in South Africa, make sure that not less than so much percent must be owned by black people. So Standard Bank is owned by blacks, also with whites, and Investec and many other banks. So you cannot have any legislation in our country without having black people as owners. And these are the things that we wanted to share. And I said, let us bring first what we started in South Africa before the other departments started with their charters and their codes. We then had a mining ministry and the mining legislation. Then we created the mining charter and we created the codes. And when we created the charter and the codes, all the other departments that didn't have charters and codes looked at our charters and they created their departmental charters. The Trade and Industry Charter, the Finance Charter, the Agriculture Charter, every department created their own charters. And the mining charters, whatever charter it is, whatever license you have to trade, you must make sure that the local people own shares. So these are the things that will come here with humility to share with you and also to come and learn from Africa, continent, our sisters and brothers from Africa, what we can do better that we have perfected, that we haven't done. My worry is the DRC is the richest country in the continent with strategic minerals. And then we have all been politically colonized. The economic colonization is going to turn. If we do not change the legislation and don't make sure that we make the ownership profile dominantly become the people's product, we're going to have a problem. We've got the Chinese coming to colonize us economically. We're going to have everybody coming. Already, Trump is going to pump in $500 billion in the DRC alone. And then what he does, there's nothing wrong with what Trump is doing. I'm happy he's doing it. But what I'm happy about is that the legislation in the DRC 2 years ago did not have an ownership profile. 2 years ago. And I'm just saying, let us now beyond tomorrow, when we come and show you case studies in when I'm coming to present, because I've been given just a few minutes to give a little bit of an intro. And tomorrow I was going to ask to just give some case studies. Then we can all see what it is that we've done so far, and we've gone all learn from you what it is that we can come and with humility and respect share with you and help Africa to become economically independent. Our forefathers have made us politically independent, but our economy is not independent. And then you find that beneficiation is very important for us to create the end product in our continent. We must stop exporting our ore and making sure that the end product is not done here. And I'll tell you why. We have the legislation, Section 26 of the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act in South Africa, talks about beneficiation. And we'll share with you what it says. No one is allowed to sell a mineral offshore without that mine that is selling that mineral to whoever buys it. That person who buys it offshore will then ask the Minister of Mines, I am the company that takes your iron ore and manganese and whatever to create Caterpillar. Where are you? I am in Germany. My country creates Caterpillars. Who are you? I'm maybe Toyota. What are you doing? I'm taking your platinum to put in the catalytic converters of the engines of the car. Where? In China. Where? In Japan. No. Why don't you do it here? We've got special economic zones. And the special economic zones are tax incentive zones, where you get deduction or at least the things cheaper because you get tax benefits. So if you have special economic zones, why do you want to go and build your end product there? Because the cost of production is going to be expensive because of the transport costs and also the production costs. If you do it here, not only are you going to do it here, you're going to also get a discount. But I went to the South African government and said, the special economic zone must not be just individualistic in South Africa. Other countries in the continent create other minerals. So those minerals that are done must be creative, must contribute towards the special economic zones. So I've done my 10 minutes. I'm not going to talk any further. President, you asked me just to give a message. I gave the message. And tomorrow when you want me to come and present, I'll come and present, and you'll be very happy with the outcomes. Thank you very much.
I think on this note, we can proceed to engage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Take your seat. We can proceed to interact with the presenter from APRIM and, of course, the last presenter, Ambassador Bridget Motsepe. 2 presentations. I have 3 requests. If there are any more, please send them to comment on these 2 last presentations. And the first is the Speaker of the Parliament of Mozambique, Excellency Margaret Talapa.
Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, the Speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me on the onset that we prepare to speak on the 3rd topic on parliamentary diplomacy, negotiation and mediation for peace and stability. And our intervention will be on this topic. Being my first time taking the floor in this forum, allow me, first of all, to address a special greetings to the people and the National Assembly of South Africa. Thank you for the warm hospitality that has been extended to us since our arrival to this beautiful and rich sister country. I also salute the leadership of the Pan-African Parliament for hosting this event, which invites us to reflect on the transformative role of our representative institutions in the construction of a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Africa. Peace and security are precious gifts and indispensable conditions for the development of our continent. Our continent knows particularly the challenges of armed conflicts, terrorism, violent extremism, and political instability, which hinder the sovereignty of our states, worsen poverty, and compromise the trust of our citizens in our institutions. It is in this perspective that the parliamentary diplomacy emerges as a key instrument for the promotion of peace, complementing the actions of governments and regional and international organizations. Excellencies, Mozambique brings to this reflection our own lived experience. For more than 16 years, our country went through a devastating armed conflict whose consequences still marked our collective memory. It was through inclusive dialogue and mutual listening and international mediation that it was possible to sign the General Peace Agreement in 1992, ending the conflict that took thousands of Mozambican lives. Since then, the Mozambican parliament has played a central role in the consolidation of peace and national reconciliation through the passing of the legislation on decentralization and citizen participation, thus creating space for more political inclusion. From the promotion of open parliamentary debates that allow to give voice to different perspectives and to follow the processes of disarmament, dismobilization, and reintegration of former fighters, ensuring their social integration. Today, Mozambique continues consolidating the democratic rule of law through a national inclusive political dialogue under the leadership of His Excellency President Daniel Francisco Chapo, with the involvement of all living forces in our society. In parallel, faced with the terrorism challenge in the north of Mozambique, Mozambique is merging effort between the communities, the state, regional and international partners to fight this scourge and provide relief to the affected populations. The national parliament follows closely these processes by promoting democratic oversight and ensuring the accountability of our institutions and strengthening the trust between the state and citizens. Excellencies, from our lived experience, we reiterate a clear conviction that without peace, there is no development, and without inclusivity, there is no peace, lasting peace. It is why we see parliamentary diplomacy as a crucial pillar in the African architecture of peace and security, and is up to the African parliaments to strengthen the political mediation and dialogue mechanisms to oversee the government action and ensuring transparency and responsibility. It's our role to approve laws that ensure human rights, gender equality, and social justice, because exclusion and inequality are fertile ground for conflicts. And to promote the sharing of best practices by establishing a solidarity network for mutual learning. Honorable speakers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Assembly of Mozambique, I reaffirm our firm commitment in actively contributing to the strengthening of this parliamentary cooperation network in Africa. May this conference inspire us to act together, not only as legislators, but as the builders of bridges for peace and the defenders of the development of our countries and people. For your attention, our Kanimambo. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Muito obrigado. The next to take the floor is a representative of the Kenyan. The next presenter is the representative of the Kenyan Parliament, specifically the President of the Senate, is Senator Danson Mungatana, on behalf of the leadership of.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President, for giving me the floor. May I take this opportunity to really congratulate the APRM for a great presentation. I think this is one of the very honest presentations that we have seen in this chamber, because they have gone straight to mention the countries, the 11 countries that have failed to submit themselves to the peer review mechanism. And this is not in bad faith. I think it's by way of encouraging, and I'm taking this floor also to encourage them so that they can review and find where they need to improve. Your Excellency, Mr. President, I really respect the APRM mechanism. This peer review mechanism is like an inoculation. It is like the kind of medicine that we call preventive medicine, where you are injected with antigens so that you create resistance within the system so that you don't get sick. It is different from the system where you're having curative medicine, where your nation is at the brink of collapse, and then prominent heads of state come to your nation to try and return stability. So I think we need to really support the APRM and the peer review mechanism. Your Excellency, the President, I am saying this because in Kenya, we had this experience of the curative medicine in 2017, when our nation, after the general election, suffered a serious threat to the national security. And Mr. President, at that time, curative medicine now worked because prominent heads of states, eminent personalities from Africa, led by Kofi Annan, came to the country to do the curative mechanism or medicine to put the country back to track. But this now brings the question, and it should be taken as a feedback to the APRM. When these prominent or eminent personalities from Africa came to Kenya in Nairobi, everybody in the country got to know about them. Everybody got to know that Kofi Annan and his team have come to Kenya to try and bring stability. But then now, we have just heard from you, the APRM, in your presentation, that you have come to Kenya to do a review mechanism. And nobody really knew whether you actually came. Now, in one of your statements, you said that on the thematic area of governance, that the continent generally scores poorly. Now, if this is the report, and you have come to a country, and I know many other countries who speak like I'm saying, that you come to a country and nobody knows you're there, I don't think this is good for us. Please take it as a report back, as a feedback mechanism that we are telling you, when you come to inject this inoculation, this preventive medicine, let us feel the pain when you are there. Let us feel you. Let us see you. You should come and meet both the government side and the opposition side. You should not just come and sit with the ministers and then write your reports and go away. Our speakers here, they hardly feel you. And you need to come. In fact, Parliament is one place that you must come, because even Kofi Annan had to come to the Parliament of Kenya. In 2017, I had just been elected the second time. And he still had to come to Parliament, despite the negotiations that were going outside. He came to Parliament so that he can get approval of what was being negotiated. So when the APRM comes, this is preventive medicine. If you are injected, you still feel pain. If the thematic area of governance we score poorly, please come and tell us in our parliaments. Make a big show when you come to these countries, so that if we know we are not doing well, we are told we are not doing well as a country, and that we need to improve in this and this and this area, so that democracy then takes root. We want to really ask that you use the media, local media, use your, and I also want to suggest that when you come, don't come slowly, don't come quietly. Use eminent personalities. Don't just creep quietly inside. We still have eminent personalities like former President Olusegun Obasanjo. There's no country in this Africa where Olusegun Obasanjo can come to the country and the country doesn't know. So if Olusegun Obasanjo comes to Nairobi, for example, and says, we are releasing part of the APRM report, which says you are not treating well the opposition. You know, when he's talking like an elder man, nobody, no, in Africa, you don't fault an old man. You accept. You don't even talk back to an old man. So we need the APRM to get out of the shadows, come out and talk. Don't hide, because we need you to inject the inoculation, to inject the preventive medicine so that we can heal, we can improve our systems and become better nations. Let us not keep quiet. Please take this as a feedback from us that we need you to do better than read quiet reports. You must be aggressive and you must use the resources of eminent personalities to tell us when we are wrong and when we are doing right in some of these things. I submit, Your Excellency, President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Speaker of the Parliament of Botswana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me also thank the presenter on the APRM. I think we need to reflect as Parliament on our role. The Pan-African think tank, Afrobarometer, they did a survey in 2022-23, and they made a startling observation. Some of their findings are that despite the huge demand for democracy by African citizens, African leaders have failed to supply democracy. And that democracy has failed to deliver in the African continent. But also, the demand for democracy is coupled with a resounding rejection of non-democratic alternatives. So we need to reflect as parliamentarians on our important role of safeguarding democracy and making sure that we do supply this democracy that is in short supply in the African continent. And coming to part of the presentation, and in part what Her Excellency Ambassador Motsepe mentioned, I'm 43 years old. I'm among the youngest speakers in the continent. I come from Botswana, the jewel in Africa's crown. We have been the largest exporters of diamonds by value, producers of diamonds by value, until recently. But I do not know any Motswana who owns a mine. I don't know. Maybe they are there, but as a Speaker of Parliament in Botswana, I do not know any Black African Motswana who owns a mine. And I'm reminded of a story that I was told 2 weeks ago. I was in Waterfall here in South Africa. And a friend of mine introduced me to one of the Black African mining businessmen. And he was saying some years ago when he quit a law practice to venture into mining, there was a big family meeting called, to address him, the uncles, the aunts. And when the uncle who had employed him in the law firm broke the news to the relatives that this guy is quitting law practice to venture into mining. He said his aunt cried. He cried, said, my niece has been bewitched. Fast forward, this guy owns 4 mines. And he was told in that meeting that mining is for white people. So this has somewhat shaped our thinking from even the way we legislated on the ownership of mines. As I've indicated, I'm 43 years old. It took me to becoming a speaker to hold a diamond on my hand. And that is the story of many Botswana in my country. Holding it in my hand and say, this is a diamond. I had to be speaker. So we come from very far. We need to move beyond being managing directors or CEOs in mining companies. For instance, we account for 2 out of 3 of De Beers entire diamond production. For many years, this has been the case. Yet we only own 15% of De Beers. Where is the economic sovereignty? And mining has been the mainstay of our economy, by the way, since they were discovered in recoverable quantities. And you know what has been obtaining is disheartening. When you talked about the tax, there was a performance audit by the Auditor General of the Republic of Botswana, and he noted, very painful discoveries there, that mining companies did not pay royalties as required, that government was owed a significant amount of money in royalties. Further noted, too much leniency in terms of the law, in terms of the policies on the culprits. The audit noted limited compliance in the submission of monthly mineral production returns, and I don't know what the situation is in other African countries. And also not declaring true production as well as under declaration of production, contrary to the law. And I think it's important that we also look into this aspect. The last part, Mr. President, is what is promoted by the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative to publicly disclose mining contracts, agreements, and licenses. Because sometimes Parliament is denied critical information simply because the mining agreements are confidential. And they are confidential agreements that binds our governments, and we have absolutely no idea what has been agreed to. Whether this is working for the African people or not, we will never know. Only the executive, our economic high command in the ministries of finance, in the minerals ministry, and the presidency. So that concludes my observation. I'm looking forward to Ambassador Motsepe's presentation tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next is the representative of the Speaker of the Parliament of Rwanda, Honorable John Bons Bideri.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I want to thank the presenters for the good presentation on the issues that focus on peace and security, as well as the peer review mechanism that our colleague from APRM has talked about. But But my interest in this particular topic is that I come from a region where peace and stability has been a major problem. Sometimes it is associated with issues to do with interest in the natural resources, as Ambassador Motsepe has talked about. But in the real essence, it's about the rights of the people, and it's about the security of the region. For instance, in the region, in the Great Lakes region where I come from, we have experienced instability mainly perpetrated by armed groups. And these armed groups are not just armed groups. They're armed groups with an ideology that we as a country in Rwanda experienced for more than 50 years, actually from the colonial period to the post-colonial period that led us to the genocide of the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994. Now, after Rwanda was liberated, the forces that were perpetrating this genocide took refuge in neighboring countries. Unfortunately, not all the countries really accommodated them, but one in particular, our neighbor to the east, the DRC, has actually accommodated this genocidal group for the last 31 years. And when they arrived there, they continued to perpetrate that genocide against the Kinyarwanda-speaking people. And the Kinyarwanda-speaking people, as we all know, were left in that particular country when the colonialists divided. You remember the 1984-85 division of this continent? Many of the Kinyarwanda-speaking people were actually left in the DRC, some in Uganda, others in Tanzania. Unfortunately, whereas in Uganda, that population is recognized as citizens, in Tanzania, they recognize as citizens. In the Eastern DRC, they have been marginalized and excluded from all sorts of governance, including the rights to live in their own homeland. And this has been done by successive DRC governments. So this is very unfortunate, and it is an issue that we need to really focus on so that we really understand why the problem is there, rather than looking at the problem as being driven by mineral interests. That is not true at all. Because what the AFCM23, that I think you have made reference to, is fighting for is the rights of its people. The rights of those Banyarwanda-speaking people, particularly the Tutsis. I think you've heard of the Banyamurenges. That's a very common community that is well known. It has been targeted by the FDLR in collaboration with some of the armed groups in the Eastern DRC, and unfortunately, to some extent, even the government of DRC. So this is not something that I would say is in the interest of the people of this continent, because as we know, Pan-Africanism allows us to work together, collaborate as brothers, but this has not been the case. To a large extent, my own country has been cited on many occasions as being involved. But as I wish to mention here that actually in 2019, there were incursions into our own country, and many of our citizens lost their lives. And they lost their lives because the FDLR genocide force that left the country in 1994 took refuge in the Congo and was hosted by the government in Congo, supported by the government of Congo, to attack us. And I don't think there's any single country in the world that would look and wait for it to be, attacked and have its citizens killed. I would not want to go into a lot of details, but this is the situation that is pertaining in that particular region. And my country has been very active in all the diplomatic efforts that have taken place since 2022. For instance, the Nairobi-led peace process, my country was quite involved. The AU Luanda-led process, which was mainly put in place to ensure that peace and stability comes into that region. The challenges that my own country faces are addressed, and then the challenges the Kinyarwanda-speaking population, which has been, which is really made up of the M23 mainly, although there are other Congolese also that are involved. Right now, that has been expanded to have it so that it is now AFC M23. So it's not only the Banyarwanda-speaking population that is marginalized and excluded in the governance of that country, but other several Congolese communities are also being excluded. So all these efforts, to a large extent, have not been supported by the government in the DRC. And this is very unfortunate. So when we are talking about peace and stability, when we are talking about mediations and negotiations, and we ignore the fact that there are governments that do not have political will, and at the end of it, they actually claim that they are being targeted, it becomes very unfortunate. So really, I just want to state that the challenges that we have in that particular region are not driven by mineral interests. Many of these countries that recognize the Banyarwanda-speaking citizens have a lot of minerals. Uganda has a lot of minerals. Tanzania has a lot of minerals. So why don't they have a similar problem with the Banyarwanda-speaking population? Why the DRC? This is a question that I think we need to interrogate, because I think, to me, in my observation, it's much more than minerals. It's a challenge of governance. It's a challenge of governance, and when there's a challenge of governance, even the governance of minerals itself is challenged, because the management of those minerals, you cannot be sure whether they will be able to benefit the population. So I wanted to bring this to your attention, Honorable Excellencies, speakers of this Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, that we as Parliament, we need to play our role. In fact, I want to state that when there was, when the Doha and the Washington peace agreements were signed, Rwanda took the first chance to ratify the Washington Agreement. The Parliament of Rwanda has already ratified the Washington Agreement, peace agreement, meaning that there is that political will to ensure that there is peace and stability in that region. Rwanda has already put in place whatever was being requested in that agreement, including the establishment of the joint oversight mechanisms. They are in place, and several meetings have been held to date. So really, our country, my country, is interested in peace in that particular region, and anything that tries to deviate the thinking that what is really happening in that region is that Rwanda is interested in minerals in the Congo, that's not true. Our country has developed tremendously in the last 31 years. After genocide of the Tutsis, against the Tutsis in 1994, our country is completely devastated, but a lot has changed to the extent that last week we are hosting the first cycling competition on the African continent. That was being hosted by my country, and that has given pride to the African continent. So for anyone to say that we are being driven by mineral interests in that region, that is a misconception, a misunderstanding that nobody should be able to accept. Because even the country that has those mineral resources, is it developed? The answer is no.
Honorable, maybe
so I wish to end there by saying that
1 minute more.
Yeah, I want to end there, Your Excellency, by saying that
1 minute.
Parliament must therefore play its role and point out where mediation is being challenged, and in the interest of building sustainable peace and stability on our continent. I submit. Thank you.
Next on the list is Honorable Lucia Passos, Vice President, Pan-African Parliament.
Honorable President.
Yes, we are speakers. We don't interject each other. There is a list of speakers. let us follow the list. You didn't register. If you want to speak, register. We give you the floor. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Honorable President. Greetings to all speakers in attendance. I would like to leave my contribution on the two presentations. Firstly, with the APRM, I fully subscribe what Honorable Mungatana from Kenya has said on the APRM presence in member states. We do not know the focal points. The national parliaments are not involved when parliaments also have this role to review governance in the respective member states. I think there should be more visibility from the APRM and member states. And they should enable member states to take ownership of the Agenda 2063. You say in your report that the assessment of the first 10-year plan was mediocre and will continue being mediocre if we do not change the paradigm. If we keep on the same path, if we do not change course, we will not be able to achieve Agenda 2063 because the member states are not mainstreaming the aspirations and objectives of the Agenda 2063 in the strategic documents of the countries. What we see in the Agenda 2063 should be domesticated within the strategic plans of the member states and also be included in the annual national budgets. We talk about the UN 2030 agenda. If you go to a school and you ask a student, a pupil on the Agenda 2030, they can talk about that Agenda 2030. But when it comes to our Agenda 2063, no one knows that agenda. So we should start doing our homework and disseminate Agenda 2063 and build synergies or strengthen synergies between the Pan-African Parliament and the APRM so that the members of the Pan-African Parliament within their countries, they can own the Agenda 2063 and indeed oversee its implementation. With regard to the presentation from Ambassador Bridget, I would like to challenge the president, and I'm also including this challenge, so that tomorrow we invite the chair of the Committee on Agriculture to talk to us about the model law on the soil management, because part of the issues raised by the ambassador and by the Speaker of Botswana has to do with what the Pan-African Parliament is now developing, which is the model law on soil management. I think while the model law is not yet ready, we do have a concept note. We have a draft of this model law, which has been discussed in some regions. We have the consultants that spent 3 days working with the Committee on Agriculture, and I kindly asked Honorable President if we could ask the Secretariat to give the chair of the Agriculture Committee an opportunity to share at least the conceptual part of what is the Parliament's view on the soil management, which is very important and will address what the ambassador has shared, as well as the concern from the Speaker of Botswana, because we know that one of the reasons for conflict in Africa is access to land. and the management of land and soil where we have our mineral resources. And if we share this document, we could also gather inputs from the speakers of the various parliaments in attendance to enrich our model law, which will then be submitted to plenary and to the summit of heads of states for approval in terms of a resolution. Lastly, I'd like to ask the Madam Ambassador, when she talks about giving opportunities to the people living in the areas where those mines are built, what is the criteria to distribute those shares, and what is the shareholding percentage for the peoples from the areas where the mines are being exploited? Thank you.
Take the floor is Honorable Jose Kalala, RD, DSC should be DRC Congo. It's like RD Congo. Jose Kalala.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much for the floor. I would just like to respond to what the representative of the Rwandese Parliament has said on the Democratic Republic of Congo. To begin with, these kinds of contributions are actually very provoking, and they are the saying that does not comply to the principle of African unity. He spoke for quite some time, and I would like to ask him not many questions, but he spoke about people that are marginalized. I just have a question to ask him. At the time that the Democratic Republic of Congo was Zaire, Mobutu had a director of cabinet that was called Biserimana. He will be able to clarify for you the nationality of this gentleman at the time, because in his contribution, he spoke a lot about the DRC that is having a war. The second question I wanted to ask, or rather what I wanted to say, let him find information on those that are marginalized in the Congo. The government has just changed, but the current minister who was at the ZTPR now works on town planning. His name is Alexar Gisaro. So the Assembly must have clarification. What is the origin of Mr. Alexis Gisaro? To add to what he has said, our friends must stop selling this song that they have been singing for a long time, the song about the genocide. It no longer has an effect. They have to face reality. And each time, let them avoid to manipulate the world. And let them implement the Washington Peace Agreement. We can give you a detailed response tomorrow on what the Speaker of Parliament of Rwanda has said. Thank you.
We've come to the end. APRM, you want to respond? Ambassador Bridget, be ready after him. You can also respond on your issues.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Before you start, I think the speakers, presiding officers in this room, I think we've realized that you have some duties to perform under parliamentary diplomacy. This exchange between Rwanda and the DRC shows clearly that you need to stand up and say, how can we, as leaders of parliament, also try and assist the two to come together? Because indeed, the minerals, the income from the revenue from minerals in the DRC is taken by the West, people in Europe. We are not even the ones. So when you fight, then it means people just come and take minerals and go. So the fighting between the two of you does not help. Instead, collaborate and support each other so that we benefit from our natural resources, us, ourselves, and not us when we fight. These people come and take the gold, the cobalt, the whatever, in your country. So I'm calling on the parliament's leaders in this room to see that you have an assignment under parliamentary diplomacy and assign some 2-3 speakers of parliament to engage the speakers or leaders in DRC, in Rwanda, and say, as heads of parliaments, I think let's try and assist one another. Anyway, APRM.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, our President. I think we have taken the wise words of His Excellency, the Speaker of the President of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. I think we undertook a self-assessment of ourselves as a mechanism in terms of our performance for the last 20 years, 2003 to 2023, whether we have been effective in terms of entrenching good governance in our member states. And we did an impact assessment of the EPRM. And some of the issues, Your Excellency, that you raised appear in that impact assessment. They are real, that we need to be feasible. We also need to have, amongst the panel of eminent persons that we have, people do not have to be eminent the moment they are appointed, but they have to be eminent by themselves. So we have taken into that, and we are doing internal reforms internally. One of them is that we have done a review of the appointment for the panel of eminent persons. And I think we're going to have a new panel next year that would signify that. We are going to undertake a mission. We have not yet gone to Kenya. We are only doing that next week, Your Excellency. And we engage the office of the presiding officers of Parliament and the MPs. We are going to develop the terms of reference for the targeted review on youth unemployment, and would certainly engage the offices of the presiding officers and indeed members of the Pan-African Parliament from Kenya and other members of Parliament. The other issue, Your Excellency, that
sorry, I think what you need is not to deal with parliaments in a fragmented manner. Take note of that one. I think we need also a framework, a parliamentary assessment framework, parliamentary diplomacy framework, a framework that takes presiding officers as a group of unique leaders, that you may even consult them to even advise on how you approach Sudan, for example. The problem in this type of things is to think for people who have been thinking already for the past 100 years, and you want to think for them. Yeah, let them think for themselves what they think can work. So this idea of saying we did a framework and this is how you speaker, you do this, yeah, that's one problem. Can you get the speakers a draft framework? They comment, they validate, and then it's a right. This is something that you proposed, which should be the approach. It may work. But indeed, leaving out parliaments in these peace and security issues has also been the missing dimension in peace efforts. Thank you. Let me say this, sorry for being on the floor for too long. This issue of eminent persons, sorry to say this, usually these are tired and whatever people that you now want to start to resolve conflicts. The problems we have were caused by themselves when they were in power. And then now you want them to be the brains. I think let's have a mixture. And I see this, the wise and all that and all that. Yes, they are good. Sometimes with age, more wisdom. But I think you need to blend them. To blend those and the others. Our personally would prefer some of the current serving speakers of parliament also being part of those initiatives, serving among themselves. They know, they report, so that if they were out, when they meet one or two, three speakers who are involved in the conflict in this area, can present also to their peers and say, look, we're involved in this. And then others can make an input into what they are doing and be able to tell them, do this. Now the model that you use, these are people that you pick who are so aloof, who are now disconnected to people. They just answer to AU, who sent them there, and the issue of being known whether they are there arises again. They go quietly. If, for example, someone is from South Africa, is a panel of the wise. When they leave quietly. Nobody knows. They then report the AU in Addis, some document. They come back quietly. It doesn't help society. We need to know that they are doing something, and those reports should be accessible. Okay, in some areas it could be too confidential, but I think there's always a way of making public, private information public. You remove some words. Anyway, continue.
I'll be very brief, Your Excellency, because you said exactly what to say, that in terms of the MOU that we signed between our good selves and PAP, then would engage the speakers in line with the principles of that MOU so that we've got a structured engagement, Your Excellency. And on the point that you have just said, I think in our next retreat, Your Excellency, with the Peace and Security Council, we need to put that issue of joint efforts on preventive diplomacy initiative, because we've got the panel of eminent persons of the EPRM, got the panel of the wise that is also supported by panels of elders, FEMWISE and others, but you don't have the speakers and members of parliament also engaged in preventive diplomacy initiatives that are already serving, because it's always important to engage people that are serving instead of us only relying on those that have served, Your Excellency. So would work with the clerk and to develop a proper framework for the upcoming retreat, Your Excellency. The last point.
Sorry, in one of the meetings in Addis Ababa on these issues of conflict, and I know we focused on Sudan, I think we agreed that all these frameworks that have existed have not worked. All these panel of the elderly, panel of the wise, panel of this, they've existed for how many years? Yet Africa is getting worse in terms of conflict. So we have to review also the approach that do these things actually, do they really work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last point, Your Excellency, is that we have done the barcode for the Excellencies to access the report, the barcode for the report, so that the Excellencies can have a comprehensive report, the AGR. And if you allow, Your Excellency, the President of PAP, that we recommend that if time permitting, if it's not in this session, probably in the next subsequent session, we present a detailed report to the relevant subcommittee, because we think this AGR is a very important report that can form the basis in terms of how we go forward as a continent as far as natural resources is concerned, because there's a new wave, a second wave for the scramble of the continent, and that is triggered by natural resources that we have. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
But these are speakers. In November, they won't be present during the session. So how do we get that information to them?
Was proposing to the relevant committees of PAP, Your Excellency. Perhaps for the speakers, we would request the Excellencies, the speakers, as we engage, we go to the countries, for example. If we go to Kenya for the targeted review, we would also be engaging with the Office of the Speaker to allow us to present the report to the relevant committee of Parliament of the National Parliament. But we have to start here at PAP to the relevant committee before we even think of going to relevant committees of our national parliaments to present the same report, probably put it in a more proper context in terms of the national challenges as far as natural resources is concerned.
Okay, what we can do is when you present to PAP, to the committee and to the plenary, we have a special focus report on this topic, which should be shared by all parliaments, speakers directly, members of parliament, that we can assure can be done, because we've done that in the past. So there will be a speaker's copy for the speaker. And then that, if that is what you mean, then we are great. Thank you.
Excellency.
Thank you. Ambassador Bridget, not more than 2 minutes.
Okay, in 2 minutes, Honorable Vice President Lucia, you asked about food security, which is agriculture, and also asked about how do the shares, how do the people that do not have money end up owning shares. The investor that invests in that area must make sure that they lend the money to those rural communities or those shareholders that are supposed to be the new shareholders of the 30% that the government has indicated in the law. Not less than 30% must be owned by the people, by the indigenous people. And then when you lend the shares to that company, to those people, you make sure that the dividends are paid, and every time the dividends are paid, it pays back the ownership of the shares. And by the time the dividends have been paid, have paid the loan, and then from there the dividends go back to the companies. And now, in terms of the food security agriculture, where we
food security is another topic.
No, it interacts with mining. I'll tell you how. Because where we
Are you
mine
saying
is
every
agriculture,
mine,
and
every
then where we
mine
do
in South
dividends-
Africa?
No,
Sorry.
the money that we
So,
have.
sorry, are you saying every mine in South Africa is 30% of it is owned by locals?
Every mine in South Africa, not less than 30% must be owned by indigenous people.
And that is the situation.
And that is the law. And this is what I would have loved to make sure that we inject that discipline in Africa so that anybody who comes to Africa or any African that is mining must make sure that the ownership must also go beyond the few people that own into the ownership of others. That's why in South Africa, it will be very limited, it's very rare that you'll find that local people would want them to create and rebel against the non-ownership because everybody starts owning. Whether it's a bank, whether it's a mine, whether it's an agriculture farm, whatever. Every department of South Africa that gives you a license to trade in any industry, you must have local people owning shares according to the law. And there's a demonstration on how the ownership will be. The people don't have the money, but the money can be lent by the person who comes to create that ownership or create that investment. And also food security comes with, in the mining industry, where we mine, we make sure that we take the land and the dividend, the rehabilitation fund, in partnership with the agriculture, you make sure that when you mine, the farmers in that area, when they rehabilitate, you then can lend them the money, you give them the money. That rehabilitation fund is not the land. You're going to invest anyway in making sure that you create an environment that is amicable. So you make sure that those farmers that you took off, you give them the money or you lend them and you help them with the plowing and you help them with the agriculture activities for food security. So we find that mining and agriculture is intertwined. It's not necessary. And every little tree that you take out of the area, you've got to plow back in another area where you've taken out in the money, and you don't have government to pay for it. You have to pay for it yourself. It's your money. You want to build a mine, you get rid of the area where the community were living, the trees and the farms and whatever. You have to go recreate with your own money.
Okay, I think for the day, we should stand up and. Sorry. Stood up just to say thank you for being committed to your duties as speakers and sitting up to this time. I think this brings us to the end of the business of the day. Tomorrow at 9, we start, prompt at 9, and then the bus will bring you before 9. But we intend to conclude business, if we delay 1 o'clock, otherwise 12:30. We'll have some presentations. We'll make sure that between 9 and 10, we do AI, artificial intelligence. And then between 10:30, thereabouts, wind up a few things about P20, G20, and then before 11, those that have statements, we'll make sure that each statement does not exceed 3 minutes. So go and rearrange your 30-minute speech to brief notes for 3 minutes so that we can conclude with a communique around 11:30, 12, so that we conclude business early enough for you to go for lunch and then travel to Cape Town. Otherwise, good night. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Our buses to this route, this way again, we can get our transport to our hotels.
Excellency, is just to draw your attention before you leave to the code that can be through which we can access the APRM documents. It will also be displayed tomorrow for those that need it. Thank you.